Okay, everybody, this is the Sun Tour performed by candidate John Kitover running in the 16th District to unseat and defeat Darren LaHood. From Rockford to Bloomington Normal to Peoria, we are helping to liberate Illinois one congressional district at a time. This is your magical Sun Tour.
So remember, it says that the nations have to come to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacle. That's Marlon.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Right, they come. Right, so it's like, how do they explain that Jesus keeping? Right, you see what I'm saying? And it's as if they don't come to celebrate it, that Jesus is going to punish them.
Yeah, they'll be on famine.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's sweet. That's right, be there, be square. Feast of the Tabernacles.
Yep.
Need a temple to do it properly, guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes it depends on my mood. I do like 80-20. You know, it all depends. Then I take it and I put a few eggs. And I put a few eggs. I put don't tell me you're building it with that Aldi's like pre-made breadcrumb shit that tastes like. I got the breadcrumbs. I use 4 seasons. Breadcrumbs. She said 4 seasons breadcrumbs. All right. Okay. That's how. Give them space. Give them inside, baby. 4 seasons. I come in. You don't sell 4 seasons in fucking Aldi's, man. Who says I don't buy everything? Yeah.
I was gonna say, bro, shop around. Alright, yeah, that makes sense, man. My bad.
Don't you come into this house and disrespect Aldi's.
You disrespect me while you're talking to me like that.
Aldi's is the best. But it's not the only place. It's not the only place. I think she's
What kind of tomatoes do you use? I use like the Canto San Marzano.
I use the grape tomatoes. They're made in Israel.
Some olive oil.
Fake Christians remember that. Like nothing. And Burton's is fake. Let's talk about keeping the law. You guys are talking about keeping the law. You're a fake Catholic anyway. What about you guys not receiving the Eucharist? I mean, that's all you got to do on venerating Mary. Like, what about me? Abide by some of your say that again. Venerating Mary. When? Blood and body and the Eucharist. How is that about Mary? Venerating Mary? You're talking about the communion, like when they did the Passover? Yeah. Venerating Mary. What does that got to do with Mary? No, I'm saying there's two things. I'm saying venerating Mary and doing the Eucharist every time you go to Mass.
Is Mary of minimized import in the Ethiopian Christian tradition?
Don't know anything about the Ethiopian.
Well, I'll tell you, the Europeans go bonkers for Mary. Like shit.
You guys are. I don't know how I don't.
She got convicted by the law. That's what happened.
She just got convicted. That's all it was.
Yeah, she's like, damn, I know. I gotta throw away the pork in my house.
Yo, she just started being a Christian 2 years ago, and then she's gonna come and tell us, like, oh, we're doing it wrong. No, I can never. People be in their feelings. I don't get it. Oh, I don't know.
The word of God is a sharp, double-edged sword.
You don't want to come here no more because we had it.
And she even contradicted herself. She said Jesus in Matthew 5, he's talking to the Jews, but then she then says Mark 7, Jesus said all things are clean. So according to your logic, she's still talking to the Jews. All things are clean to the Jews, not to you. So, she was just contradicting herself.
Yeah, it's true.
I never really like his argument over there. All foods are clean.
Could you be contradicting yourself but still be right?
Yeah, but we know shit's wrong.
Yes. Chances are, if you're contradicting yourself, you are right because you've overstepped the boundaries.
You got really upset
being
over
right
the
or wrong.
fact. You got really upset because you know.
Did you do it for no reason?
She couldn't get over that.
But she didn't say nothing to us, though.
She messaged me saying she ain't calling back here no more. I don't know what the fuck I
Tyler, did we overtalk her?
That's wild. Nah. I don't know what she's even talking about.
This victim type thing is annoying, so.
Yeah, for real.
Yo, it be mad dark in here too. And I don't really think a lot of white people like hanging out with me. I'm keeping real, so this how I like it. They don't want to hang out in here. Too dark in here.
Put her in the Israelite room.
Right.
If they think it's too dark in here, maybe they feel like it's too dark in here. You know?
So I don't like when
I think a lot of people get offended over that. See me, I know.
I do. I start chatting about my kids frequently.
I think I don't know why people be in their feelings about these basic conversations. Like these conversations not even that serious. Like,
And we're not gonna change your life. You can still leave and still do what you want to do. Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
I'm open about this shit, but I'm different about. Y'all make fun of me about it. I'm not out there.
Well, I've been studying virology since 2008, and the amazing thing is that most people do not get that sick from
You know what I'm saying? And Iran has the technology to fucking attack all of these oil reserves. And if they do that, I mean, they'll be out of business. They'll have to shut down the business, shut down the country. Saudi Arabia will be out of money. Because they have all this money invested in like a whole bunch of different countries. America, you have other countries that they have invested money in. So, they have to keep making X amount of money to be able to operate and be able to donate and do this and that and that, and if they don't have any money coming in. And, I used to think that why are you such fucking relying on oil? Why don't you open up your own thing? Like, all countries, they found a way.
They're trying. With the online thing
1.5 times.
What's your origin? Where are you from?
I'll tell you about it in a smaller room. We have Zionists come back in the audience right now, like Rabbi, and we have the anonymous account that's probably recording.
It's come back. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Free speech, baby.
I know, but these idiots, they're trying to find information on it. That's how it is. You just gotta be careful. I think they're about to do a raid. A whole bunch of police.
A lot of people are leaving TikTok, I heard.
Oh yeah, so this new app
All the
called,
censorship that they have.
I downloaded this new app called Upscroll, but it's missing some features. Right, it's an exact copy of Instagram right now, but you can't really do live. But you can upload videos, up to 20 minutes videos. You can upload pictures. I've been doing it, every day, and I got I think up to 25, 30 followers so far in the last 2-3 days.
Where is the servers hosted? Not in the States, are they?
Twitter's good. Twitter. No, but the Twitter they took away. So we have the Muslim on Twitter. He's like huge. He's an investigative journalist. He did so many fucking rooms on this against the Zionists after 7th of October. He even dismantled the whole narrative. The 7th of October bullshit that they've been spreading around. You know what the Israeli IDF did? IDF is on Twitter. They put his name on one of the rockets and shot at Gaza. That's how disturbed these IDF in Israel was because of him getting. He used to have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people in his space every day.
What's happened to him?
They took away, so they got triggered so badly, they mass reported him, they don't want to share, and they took away his monetization from Twitter. He's got almost 1 million followers on Twitter.
Yeah, you gotta have
So he can't monetize it. Yes, Rabbi, what do you want to say today?
No, I'm just checking in.
Checking in? Is it an attendance check?
Rabbi, I want to go to your school.
Let me put a check mark right next to your name. Hold on.
Very cool.
Let me call on everybody's name. Like Rabbi, I'm here. Let me put a check mark. Like an idiot, bro.
Zionism part of his plan, and there's a region called Israel. He named it Israel to be part of the part of his land. Is that
all of God's creation is God's creation. The point is that the place of Israel, this region, is where his descendants from Jacob were supposed to live. They do pretty specific precepts of the Torah.
I just want to get up with this city.
according to fire?
Hi guys. Hi Amir. Hi Karna.
You have to come up, but at least say hello to us, Introduce yourself, you can go back down. We don't bite here, man. It's all respect.
So fire, did you know that God is a Zionist?
If you can hang on a second, my partner, what's up with you, brother?
Yo, what's good, Amir? I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for coming up. I wanted to give you a follow back. I wanted to see if it's a real person. You've been on the Palestinian side? You've been supporting the Palestinians?
Of course, all the way.
Alright, cool. You want to chime in? Use for Raza Pahlavi really quick? What do you think about it?
Fuck Raza Pahlavi.
Thank you for coming out, man. Just give me a follow back.
For sure. You gotta approve.
Anyways, Kartik, sorry I interrupted you. I just wanted to make sure he's not an AI. Alright, it's a go on, Kartik.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to swallow this whole thing, but God being a Zionist.
That's something stupid. That is stupid as well, and it's probably black crap.
Black Rabbi said that, but I don't understand. Can you point me to where it says that in the Torah, though?
God wanted his children to reign in the land of Zion. It's like all throughout the books of the prophets. It's the whole thing. It's over and over. King David, King Solomon.
Land of Zion. Land of Zion. It's not Zion, two different things. Land of Zion.
It's the same. The reason that it comes from. People may not embrace the whole concept of God. It's a show. The creator of the universe. Allah. This is like
Kartik, here's the problem with this rabbi character's position, right? So you have atheist, agnostic, right, coming into this law, named Theodore Herzl. The Theodore Herzl didn't even come too well. You have Theodore Herzl, the founding father. You have Jabotinsky, another founding father. You have Eliezer Ben Yehuda, that's another founding father, because he's the one that revised the language that they speak inside Israel, right? Modern Hebrew. Same ways, you had the Rothschild, right? Majority of them, Ben-Gurion, were atheists or agnostic. They didn't believe in the scripture. Right? And yet, they established a state. It was only like a, safe zone for the Jews. That's what they wanted to do. On the ships, when they were coming in, please allow us in here, please. A lot of countries denied their ships. British denied it. U.S. in 1939 denied a ship full of 600 Jews. And their reason was that there might be some Nazis amongst them. That's why. So they denied the whole fucking ship. They're like, nope. And when they came to British land, they found side, there was a lot of animosity, but some of them did welcome them.
Well, it's obvious that Black Rabbi has been drinking the Zionist Kool-Aid.
No, I'm about unity among people.
They injected him with Zionism. When he went over there, they handcuffed him, and the man whooped him. Did you see his video?
Dennis, the bull is here. It's time for your bull rush, Dennis. Dr. Dennis's bull rush.
He was dust on his boots, she was dirt on her dress. Met in the back of a church, both a little bit red. He said, I've chased every thrill, she said, I've run every road. They played all their plans. watched them crumble like old stone to become true in the hand of the Father, heart in heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all things. He forgets where he leaves his pride. She reminds him who he is. They still argue over small things, but they always end in a kiss. Open Bibles on the table, little fingerprints on every page. They're raising up a little choir, teaching tiny hearts to praise, to become true in the hand of the Father, heart in heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all things. When the storms roll over the valley and the dark feels heavy and long, we remember the voice that called us, spoke our weakness into a song. I am yours, you are mine, but above us stands a higher vow.
Okay, Dennis, this is your song, Dennis. This is called Bull of Holy Spirit for Dr. Dennis. Thanks for all your support over all these years, Dr. Dennis. You hear this, Dr. Dennis? This is your bull rush. This is a reverse bull rush for qualified investors only. You have to have a minimum of $250,000 cash. That means you got to have a minimum of about $2 million. This is the Kosher Shekel Fund. I'm good, John. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent, sir. What about you?
John, what have you noticed about your life whenever you meet another John? Are you happy that you know another John? Because I love all the Johns that I know, and really I love them because of our name. And if you read the Bible, I mean, our good name is right there, and it's the precursor to the Messiah. It's such a consequential name. It's almost as important as Jesus itself.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
Are you? No, he baptized Jesus. His head was cut off for Christ's sake. It's an important metaphor. It is the precursor to the Messiah. It's in the book. Our name. I'm just saying. It's something to always remember. Even if your name is Mark. I know people named Luke. Why do you think Luke Skywalker is Luke Skywalker, my friend? It's in the book.
There's probably something behind it. A lot of those things are really interesting, but yeah, no, actually, John, you know, when there's other Johns, this is when I was a very small child. We had this church that we went to, and there was about 6 or 7 kids, 6 or 7 only, and there were 3 John Lees in there. Because so we had to go by John Lee 1, John Lee 2, and John Lee 3, and I was John Lee 3. This is how common the name is. Not only John, but John Lee. I went to Rio one time in Las Vegas, and there was, I forgot what he said. I think it's a room of like 6,000 or something like that. But 40 of them were registered under John Lee. I said, how is that even possible? Right? Must have been a bunch of Koreans at a convention. Who knows what? I don't know. But yeah, this name is so common that I have to throw in my middle initial all the time, just to parse it out. But yeah, and just the first name John, not just my last name. I see Johns all the time. Everyone.
Well,
there's another John.
it's feng shui. It's feng shui or gematria. 4 is the number of letters in John, and Lee is 3. So 4 times 3 is 12. 12 is 1 plus 2 is 3. So it's all about the feng shui or the connection between numbers and names.
And one thing, John, I just launched a YouTube channel a few hours ago. And apparently, according to Bob, I need 50 subscribers in order to stream what I'm doing. This is
Pin your link.
To my community.
Pin it.
It's in the chat.
Well, can you pin it? Because then I can just click it. I can't, I'd have to go to the browser and then go back to the YouTube.
I can pin it, but
Food for Christ Ministries?
Yeah.
I thought it was Fool.
Well, this is something different. This is for the clubhouse only. Now, the Food for Christ Ministries is actual offline and something on the street.
See, I can't get to it. See, you gotta pin it because you have to make these things quick, easily, and accessible to people that want to click.
I agree.
That means just go to your YouTube, copy and paste it, and go back to here and update your link. It's very simple to do. You know, you got 22 more minutes left. Make the most of your opportunity now.
Okay, you talked me into it, sir. So I'm gonna copy the link.
John, my favorite part of your 2-hour Clown House experience every morning in your Fool Room is your closing prayer. That's my favorite part. You know, I really feel the positive vibrations in your closing prayer. So I thank you, sir.
You know what? Started this actually. There's a guy by the name of JJ. He actually recommended that I do that. And I said, that's a good idea. And I did that. And then I added to that by opening prayer. And I think, and along with, that's why I was so reluctant to change this pin link here because I want the Bible passage, there all the time. But I'll do exactly what you said. And I have the end of the day to...
You'll have 50 subscribers before you can blink.
We'll see. I think a lot of people will want to view what I'm doing, and so I think you're right. I think that'll probably happen because I think there's a lot of people motivated to want to watch a live stream
And it's not dependent upon me, it's dependent upon them to subscribe. And so I've been reluctant for many. I've seen YouTubers like my friend James Tired. I was one of his first 100 subscribers, and he has I don't know how many tens of thousands right now. And I've known John Kerry. I've known a lot of people. Jake the Muslim physician. Whole bunch of people that they have like tens of thousands, even over 100,000 viewers now, or subscribers. But I was always averse to it. The monetization really rubbed me wrong. I did not whatsoever want to be involved in that. But this, I'm okay with because I know every dime is going to go to feed the homeless. And so there's no administration cost for me. There's nothing. I don't even want anything. It's every single dollar coming in here is going to go to buy something for the homeless, to feed them. Because there are a lot of lonely people in my neighborhood, in my community. And I know it's not maybe not part of your community, but I'm thinking about possibly expanding at a different day to like maybe Wednesdays at a place in Santa Ana. Or no, it's not Santa Ana, the city of Orange. At a park there. Very much a lot of needy people there. And I know that because I have an RV and I go to parks a lot to just hang out. Man. They're just there all day. They look pretty bummed out. I think they would enjoy me. So this is what I want to do. Hopefully, if you guys participate in any manner, appreciate it. Even if you pray for it and you see things grow, you can feel a part of it. And I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this because, like, number one, like, when I think about it and all the things that I've done in my life, this is what I want to do. It feels great to know what one really wants to do. And is that Augustus? Yo, what up, Augustus? Hello? That is like probably, you know, if you're in the military, you gotta have a secret passcode to get into the perimeter, you know? So like if you're approaching, you know, a soldier and it's your base, it's like you gotta have a call sign. So it's the ultimate call sign. Hello? Because think about that, like the German, the French, the Italian, like if they can't do that back without an accent, you know that they're not part of the hello gang, basically.
Oh my god, that is hilarious.
It is funny, isn't it?
Dude, it's so funny, bro. I even have my wife doing it, and she doesn't even go on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Like that. It's just so
Your wife, I've heard her say it a lot.
X-Face is saying it too.
What's your wife's name? Michelle?
No, it's Steph.
Oh, Steph. You know why I keep thinking Michelle is because I had this good manager that I worked with, and but yeah, your wife is dope. And what's your son's name? Oh yeah, Augustus Jr., right?
Yeah, AJ. Augustus Jr.
Oh, AJ. well, that's like supposed to. And is it? Oh, I see.
Working on a website design today.
You know, I made one for Kennedy.
I'd be interested in this. So they're going to go into beta test. If you want to become an early user or early adopter to it, I'll hook you up.
Yeah, I'm down to try anything, you know.
So, find your mentor, and basically, sign up and courses that people pay monthly fees to take. So you could like it could be anything. It could be like you could teach people about the books that you read. And do like a book reading class, and people will sign up for like $10 a month or whatever to join you.
Are you working for the company or are you investing in it?
They offered me a position as a partial owner, but I'm just doing their web design right now as like a contract, and they loved it so much they were like, "Can you do our marketing next, and we'll give you a percentage of the company in the salary."
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I'm just like, "Yo, let's just get this thing out the door because I want to start offering classes." I got a couple ideas, so I'm gonna teach people how to use the AI video and AI imagery artwork programs. So it'll be like this week you can learn how to use Midjourney. Next week you learn Nano Banana. The next week you learn Chat LGBT.
Yeah. I've seen you know, like
people like $50 a month or whatever, and then promote it on my Instagram and on my X Spaces.
yeah, I've seen these types of like, you know, university or subscription or access to this, you know, publishing. And the thing is, I'd be happy to try it. Are you using Rumble?
No.
So Rum is the ticker symbol for Rumble, and I don't have the patience. I think it sucks. I've never even been able to successfully create an account. I've like once, you know, and I uploaded a long form video, like an hour-long thing. But I will definitely beta test, you know, and try this app or website, whatever, you know. I'll be happy. I have so many videos I can upload. I've been doing Sora now on like 20 phones. I have so many. Just go on Sora and type in John Kitover, and you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Well, you could, like, a great example of what you can do with this new emerging tech is offer people a class on how to make the cool Sora stuff, and charge people, you know, $10 a month. And I'm gonna invite Michael up. So I just met Michael maybe like a week or two ago through my friend Dustin Stockton, who's in Florida. Michael is in Florida as well, and we've been in communications via email. I'm gonna invite him up. Can you send him an invite?
Yeah,
it worked. My invite worked. He's up. Hey, what's up, Michael?
Hey, man, what's going on, bro? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just catching up with my friend John.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, man. You in Chicago?
Yep.
Right on. Yeah, I live down here in Southwest Florida, down in Fort Myers. We got quite a bit of contingency folks from Chicago area down here.
Yeah.
You're actually running for Congress, Jim Oberweis, you know Jim?
Mr. Oberweis.
Yeah, Jim Oberweis. We also have Catalina Louth. She ran against Jim up in Illinois.
John ran for Congress out in Chicago.
I'm still running. I'm the write-in candidate.
Yeah. What are you not running as a Republican?
I am, but they removed me from the ballot. Insufficient signatures, so I'm a write-in candidate.
God. Fucking, I don't know how you guys deal with the politics up there, bro. I can imagine. I mean, I live in the complete opposite bubble that you guys live in, right? Or that you live in. You know, it's nothing but Democrats up there. We don't have any elected Democrats here. Not at the local, not at the state or, you know, national level. I mean, we live in a very conservative bubble down here.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to build a network down there. I'm in DC, and so I built a nice network here in DC of Republicans.
that's kick ass. You're working with Kennedy, man. That's pretty impressive, man.
Thank you. Yeah. And basically, man, like we moved out here so my wife could help him out at HHS. And she, is like a political appointee. When this gig is up, if he gets impeached or, we don't win the next election and he doesn't get HHS for a second go around, we're gonna leave and we're looking at Florida and I'm like, well, now's the time for us to start building relationships there if we want to be there in 2 years, full time. So that's really why I wanted to connect with you. I saw what you said in your reply, and listen, man, one hand washes the other. We both wash the face, right? Anything I could do for you, anything you could do for me, we'll help each other, along the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely, bro. Yeah, so, I spent so I was born and raised in Palm Beach County, and, I live over here on the southwest coast now, 2 hours south of Tampa, and 2 hours west of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, the Gulf of America, baby. And, I'm still a licensed real estate broker, so if you guys want to come down here and purchase real estate, you can actually do it using Bitcoin or Ethereum. Right, I'm a certified crypto real estate broker. But I got into politics back in 2019, leading up to the 2020 election, and at that time, I had I watched fake news. I follow Fox News, which is the same as fake news. Very conservative individual. Yeah, I was a registered Republican at 18 years old, but I never got off the couch to help a Republican. But when Trump came, that was totally different. Being in real estate. I had traveled, to Atlanta and other places and went to conferences where Trump spoke at, regarding real estate, back to the early 2000s. So you can imagine my surprise and excitement, when he decided to get into politics, because that's what we really need, a business person to come in here and run it versus these, career politicians who just up here for self, glory and grifting off the system and all that stuff. Yeah, 100%. So I went down, I had a friend of mine, we all get together and have breakfast at this little place every morning. I grew up outside the city, so it's kind of rural, laid back a little bit. But the guy who owned the restaurant, he was like, Michael, he goes, every time you come in here, you start running your mouth. He goes, when you captivate the room and, you get everybody fired up. And he goes, why don't you go down and join the local Republican Party? And I was like, what? I was like, there's a local Republican Party? I've lived here for 25 damn years. I never knew that. It just goes to show you how well the Republican Party messages, right? So anyway, I went down there and I met with the chairman and the secretary, and I was like, I'm here to, help President Trump win the 2020 election. They go, oh, that's awesome. We need, great Republicans to help get all of our Republicans reelected. And I was like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that. I was like, I'm here for Trump. And that was kind of like the shot across the bow. Well, 2 years later, they voted me in as chairman and kicked those people out. And, the rest is history. I worked for Lieutenant General Flynn. I hosted a fundraiser for the president 2 years ago.
I met General Flynn this year. I received an award from Auntie Angie's house, Angela Stanton King's organization, alongside with Robert Malone and General Michael Flynn. We all got awards, and I got to meet him there, and he gave me his phone number and everything.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He really is. He's fighting a good fight, but, like a lot of people in the grassroots part of politics, they understand their country's on fire, they understand their state's on fire, their city's on fire, but, there's a big difference between being grassroots and actually understanding how politics is played. That's why Trump does really well, because he's a businessman. He knows the passion and what needs to be done, but he doesn't people who don't care about the Constitution, and they have all the power, and you're going to have to sit down at the table with them and negotiate with them. You can't just walk into their office screaming and hollering and cussing them out because you're not going to get anywhere. You know, you're going to have to sit down and, you know, do some hardcore, you know, tough conversations with people.
Are you in do you have any kind of like relationship with the existing chair GOP Lee County?
Yeah, she's not a fan of me. You know, I'm not a fan of her. Yeah, she kind of hoodwinked us all. You know, when I sat down, I only said one term because, you know, we took the party over.
Is that my benefactor, Luke? Get your ass up here, Luke.
Thousands of dollars in the bank.
Got my car out of fucking tow and locked downtown Chicago. Blessings to you, Luke.
Other people to run to the chair. And they were like, oh, yeah, I want to be chairman. And I was like, okay, well, you're going to have to challenge the current chair. And they're like, oh, no, we're not doing that. And I was like, okay, well, you're not the leader I thought you were. You identify a problem, but you're unwilling to do anything about it.
Health, wealth, love, Luke. Truth of the earth.
But the lady, you know, who is there now,
the Skywalker.
And me and my supporters, you know.
Search your heart, Luke. You'll know it to be true. It can't be true. Search your feelings, Luke. Join me, Luke, and together we will strike down the Emperor and rule the galaxy! Now you can be my father! It's impossible! Is that the quote? I think I got the quote right. That's from Star Wars.
I sat on the state executive board committee. You know, I know almost everybody in state politics here, and you know, I know Joe Gruters. You know, me and Joe Gruters, who's the current chairman of the RNC. Me and Joe were pretty much the only two Trump guys on the state executive board during the 2024 campaign. And me and Joe worked together on that.
Okay, let's go back to the Fools for Christ ministry.
And then if you notice, I don't even spend time anywhere else. I don't spend time on Discord. I'm already busy doing this other thing, by the way. And so the difference is this 2 hours every morning that used to be a dread. It was like, oh man, I want to call in sick. Now it's like, oh, I can't wait to open up another room. I just want to glorify Christ. Because he's worthy. He's so good. If anybody ever reads the Gospels, especially the Gospel of John, you literally see how good Jesus is. He heals. He weeps. He, you know, basically gives us the truth. He gives us his life. Shows us the way. And I want anyone who has an ear to hear to be able to turn from their sin and seek God and his kingdom first and his righteousness.
We got one live streamer. One live streamer out of like 20 phones.
All these things will be added to us. This is a promise from God. And he promises.
That's it. We got one viewer. One viewer. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many phones you have on.
It is always truthful. It's always reliable.
Look, I have like 20 YouTube live streams going. And there's one person watching. That's it.
So anyway,
it's very boring, but Luke, is there anything you want to say? We're listening to John Lee preach. We're also listening to Augustus in an X space called Buy Bitcoin Talk to some Republican in Florida.
I thank you that
Oh, John Lee's crying.
really care for us. And sometimes we don't recognize that because we're so self-involved in our own fleshly desires.
Like they are bankrupt, bro.
But this
So
desire,
okay, let's get away from
leads to
that. Let's start focusing on Florida. That's where it's
and
at.
so may we have a
That's where we
hunger.
want to be.
and a thirst for you.
My connections down there, and
That we may
I
live
started
and be
really
satisfied.
having this conversation with Dustin.
And so I pray that you watch over each and every one of us.
This is John Lee closing prayer.
And that you may show yourself to be good, that we may taste and see that you're good. We'll be glad in it. And so I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. And so God bless everybody. And have a blessed day.
Oh, that's the closing prayer of John Lee, everybody.
Not even walking in from a position he was going to walk in from. And that's one of the main issues as well.
Yeah, they came to that.
You know, it was cold as shit up there, man. I couldn't.
Yeah, it was like a snowstorm.
Bro, it was like 5 degrees. I'm born and raised here in South Florida, man. I mean, we came here, real things, 70, 75 up there, so it was pretty tough for me last year being up there at that time, man. We were going to get super for sure.
Concert for them, man. So we're gonna get a super cheesy burger and a chocolate milkshake.
With
Raw vegetables. We get the chocolate milkshake and the white fish at the regular size or regular. That's gonna take some time to cook. We're gonna press it off for when that buzzes in, come back and do the trick. Super down. It's the day after the full moon. Back to the cutting weight for the most delightful cheese now we're going to do live
on this year.
here.
The contract
Super
Super
my car battery died.
And
this time,
she can get you more like
okay.
Depending on
How expensive is that?
it depends on the budget.
Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, if you have an unlimited budget, it's going to be pricey, how much you want to be on there and stuff. But, you know, the problem is, a lot of, a lot of America First candidates, I mean, they have really good talking points, but, and God bless them, but, they have no funding. They have, very little followings, so it's tough, to get behind those people. Not to say that they couldn't do a good job, but when you're in a campaign, I mean, you got to have a name that's recognized in the community. You got to be able to fundraise on your own. You got to be able to get your own endorsements. That's when bigger groups, can come in and take you from here to a lot higher level, but there's so many America First candidates that all they have is talking points. They got to be able to bring the whole package if they're truly going to compete.
Look at Fishback, he's America First, and all he's got is a Twitter account,
I got a retard, bro. I'm sorry, I'm a huge Byron Donalds fan. Byron's my congressman.
I think he's great too.
Yeah, I knew Byron before he ran for Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah, Byron's my guy. I was actually just texting with one of his close advisors this morning. Byron endorsed me back in 2023 when I was a freshman at the Republican Party of Florida. He endorsed me publicly to become the vice chairman of the state party as a freshman. And it was wild, bro, because most people were just like, man, who the fuck is this dude coming out of nowhere? I've done some things politically in 5 years that a lot of people haven't done their entire career, and it pissed off a lot of the Republicans within the old party, because they're kind of like, man, what the hell is going on here? But yeah, Fishback, he's got a lot of baggage. His private life, like it's not going to end well for him. His fundraising's horrible.
Yeah, the fundraising's in the gutter.
Yeah, it was reported he raised $900. You know, his first campaign filing report. You know, Byron's sitting over here with $45 million in the bank. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, these guys might have good talking points, but, you know, if you don't have a known name, you know, whether it be through politics or be through your personal, you know, career and work or whatever it is, the system, the way the system is set up, it just makes it that much harder for those individuals to, you know, gain any traction.
Yeah, 100%. The one thing with Byron, though, that I think he needs help with is, like, his graphic design and his video. Like, he's got an amazing fundraising machine, which is, you know, 80% of a campaign. But what I think he needs help with is messaging, and I think he needs to be unafraid of debating and really get trained up.
An action hero runs for Congress, you know he's
the proper team behind him to
Hi, I'd like to make a deposit.
being able to just slaughter in debates. So messaging, you know, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Byron relies a lot on going on, you know, Fox News and national news and stuff like that. I get it. I mean, it's, you know, a high profile figure, you know. You know, I reached out to Byron and I was like, hey, I got the president. I was like, well, I know some people. I'm good friends with Roger Stone. Got him to come over here. With the president and Byron, I had already knew, you know, years ago that Byron was going to run, you know, for governor once DeSantis was over. That was one of the reasons why President Trump didn't pick him to be the vice president. From what I understood, it came down between J.D. Vance and Byron. But, you know, politically speaking, you know, Trump didn't need Byron. It could have been helpful for the black vote, you know, but, you know, we don't need like two Trump guys, you know, so Trump had to reach out to the quote unquote, you know, other side of the party, you know, which, you know, J.D. Vance was, you know, declared never Trumper, you know, to try and unite the party a little bit. Plus, Don Jr. was really pushing because they're good friends. You know, but I knew Byron was going to be running for governor, and when I was in that room with the president and Byron's kids came into the room after this, and Jim's boy ran all the way across the room and jumped up into President Trump's arms, and I looked at Byron and I was like, no shit. I was like, man, you got it like that, bro? He goes, yeah, me and the president are really close. You know, so when the president came out and said, hey, I know somebody who would be really awesome for the next governor of Florida, that would be Byron Donalds. You know, that was kind of like a setup. That was already like pre-planned. You know, and then about a week or so later, that's when Byron actually announced. But, you know, he's got the national following. He's got all that. Like, everyone knows who he is here locally. But, you know, I understand he doesn't want to get into debating, you know, with Fishback and Jay Collar and Paul Ritter and shit like that because he's so far ahead of the polls. You know, but we're still early. You know, I'm sure there'll be a governor debate. There's no doubt about that.
I would love to work on his campaign, man. You know, I think that...
You know, the people who running his campaign were the guys that were heavily involved with the president's campaign. President Trump basically gave him his presidential campaign and said, here you go.
Got it. Yeah, I would love to work with the president's team too, but I mean, I asked RFK Jr. if I could do that, and to no avail has that manifested. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kennedy do a lot more than he's done. You know, or to be honest with you. You know, he came out and said, hey, let's get rid of, you know, big pharma from advertising on television. You know, like they got rid of, you know, tobacco from advertising. I'd love to see it. You know, I mean, you look at the network televisions, that's like 60-70% of all their advertising comes from, like, you know, big pharma. If if you could do that, you could probably stop a lot of the biased fake news, the shit that comes out because they're heavily supported by big pharma.
100%, dude. I want to see a whole bunch of crazy shit happen, like the 5G shit. That shit's got to go. The chemtrails have got to go. I mean, you name it. I'm pushing it. I have an Instagram that has like 235,000 followers on it, and it's basically an RFK support channel. And what I do is I'm like, do you support him banning, something, right? Something he hasn't talked about yet. And people are like, yeah. And then I'll float it by his team and be like, yo, look, everybody wants him to do this. And people would support that. So then he'd be like, okay, let's work on that. And we did it with Coca-Cola first. And then we did it with the chemtrails, and now he's got like a chemtrail board. We're doing it with the vaccines. Everything that you kind of see slowly trickling out is a lot of it, is stuff that I'm like kind of pushing in the background on the social media side, right? And getting like 100,000 people to get behind it, Because some of them, like, they'll go viral, be like 100,000 likes, 2 million, 3 million views, Yeah.
So, John, what are you up to with your campaign? Who are you running against?
I'm running against Darren Hood in the 16th district, which is like Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington Normal. It's the top and center of Illinois. It's the 16th district, and it's been a really amazing journey. I'm living my best life, and I got to get to the gym pretty soon. Hello.
This is his first time doing it. And I encourage him to do it. He's not doing like the best job. John's doing it with his job and with the right intention. And I'm happy that he's getting into local politics. And while he asked me to work on his campaign, and I wasn't able to do that, I think what he's doing is great.
Yeah, 100%, man. We need people to step up. It's critical that people that have the passion and mentality to be a leader, step up and lead, because that's what we're missing in this country.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. We met on another app called Clubhouse. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I've heard of it. I wasn't around when it was popular.
Yeah, I was a beta tester on it with him, and we made friends back then, and I ended up growing a channel on there that got to like 100,000 followers, and that's where I met a lot of people in politics, a lot of people, like in the entertainment industry, tech industry. It was pretty cool when it was popular, but now it's ghetto.
Is it still around today?
Yeah, it's still around today, but it's like predominantly black and a lot of like white hate on there. Like I'll go into a room and they'll be like, "Look at this male monkey," and just like straight up like white hate, bro. It's pretty crazy. So I don't go on there anymore.
You should make me a mod if you can in Preservation of the Human Race, because that chick, Make It Pop, bro, those are the most pointless, schizo, stupid conversations in the fucking world.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough nowadays. I've abandoned it. I gave everything over to my friend, who runs it now, my channel, and I'm
spaces that are kind of like that. And there's a couple of groups that's kind of like all black, and they get together and they basically do nothing except bash white people. From politics, specifically. I've gone in there a few times and debated with them just to piss them off. And they're just so.
I got a quick question for you, Gustus. Did you see the new Epstein disclosures with Bill Gates and Epstein talking about coronavirus and vaccines, etc., and the World Health Organization? WAF even.
Yeah, I hope that the pandemic works. Yeah, all that language, I saw that. She'll put a bunch of stuff out about that.
Balance, I don't know if you want to say anything, Balance, but you've been on here a long time. It's an open stage. If you have anything you want to say, just speak up. Buy Bitcoin to me, is I'm kind of making fun of buy Bitcoin. Saylor is just like number one rule. Bitcoin is just always buy Bitcoin and never sell. And even Epstein in his, did you see the Bannon Epstein 2-hour interview? Did you watch it? Listen to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, even Epstein's like, you got to pick your moments in the market, But that was like a full disclosure. That was like a full projection on Epstein's behalf. That was supposed to be an undisclosed recording. And Bannon was holding that as like a blackmail beta orbiter over Epstein. But I guess Trump just endorsed Bannon. Did you see that like 2 days ago? He just put out this big promotion thing for Bannon. Maybe it was old. I don't know.
My friend Dustin used to work for him. I'm on like some. I think he's a good guy. He, might have just got caught up, interviewing the wrong guy. So, I don't know.
He's got a lot of ties to Jeffrey Epstein. He also has a lot of ties to China as well. I don't trust him personally.
Roger Stone calls him Stinky Steve. Like, if Roger Stone hates his guts, well, fuck him. I don't like it either. I'm with Roger Stone. I'm with Roger Stone. I'm with Roger Stone!
Yo, guys, I actually just got pinged to do a Zoom. I'm going to have to jump. Michael, wow, it was great getting to know you better. And, John, it was great catching up. Hopefully we can all reconvene later on today. Or, Michael, I'll definitely email you back. And, John, I'll catch you on the flip-flop, bro.
Yeah, man. Cool. We're talking. I'll give you my team and my cell phone number.
Sounds like a plan. Alright, cool. Later, guys.
I'm not so sure about Bannon. There's a lot of folks in politics that just, grift. I know he's obviously not a Democrat, but, I think sometimes people get in a position, where they have the spotlight on them, and sometimes they say things, just to keep the spotlight there. I was kind of, hoping Bongino, would do something. He did a lot of talking,
Yeah, but I feel the same way. But you know what? This recent, all the cache of all this information coming out, I guess there's still even more. So at this point, so many reputations have been destroyed that Bongino could never have personally done that. It just has to, the information just has to be, it's not about fucking Dan. It's just one dude who's just mixed up into the craziest fucking universe of, Avengers, etc. in the world. So, I mean, but this disclosure is real. Not a lot of people have watched that Bannon Epstein interview. I think, they said it was unintentionally leaked or released, but it has been reproduced and transmitted across so many major platforms and channels that that Epstein conversation alone is worthy of conversation, analysis, etc. Because it's like a full projection. It's like Epstein does not hold back. And the shit that Bannon says to him is so funny. And he roasts him and he calls him the devil. And he's like, why would you say that to me? He's like, you have all the attributes of the devil. Like, Bannon is sitting there like, I can't believe this fucking guy just let me record him for 2 hours. And he's sitting there pontificating about God and philosophy and mathematics. It's like, but it's...
Why don't you watch that app? You got a link for it?
Just go on YouTube, type in Epstein Bannon.
Okay.
You'll find it. It's everywhere. It's on the biggest channels. Everybody has republished it. The biggest channels, because they can monetize that. It's like so many people around the world are intrigued by this. And it is an actual, it's almost like Epstein went on the Joe Rogan podcast and they sat there and talked about the global economy, finance, fiat currency, fractional reserve banking, everything. Like, there's on YouTube, you can view the actual transcript. And so I was screenshotting the transcript because it's so unbelievable at the end when he starts calling Epstein the devil. And he's talking about Archangel Lucifer. Like, if you look at the transcript, you're like, what? If you look at it out of context, you're like, what? Like, you can't believe it. Hello? Anyways, yeah, you got to spend some time and watch it and think about it, because he's actually talking about, Epstein is a pretty well-read guy. He's sitting there talking about all the world's greatest philosophers from Socrates on down and up, etc. It's kind of interesting because he's talking about the mystery of life itself, meaning how does this whole giant system work? From Wall Street to the military to taxation to everything. Like, how is it all happening? He's sitting there talking about that shit.
Yeah, that's wild. I don't ever think he got too much attention until, everything started coming out about him. But I was never really politically engaged, all that much up until 2020.
Well, I helped, in Chicago, I helped, organize for Trump in 2015. We were creating fake book groups, Chicagoans for Trump. So we were very excited to see, him come down the elevator and issue his, proclamation. I mean, we couldn't believe it. We were like, this is the real solution. This is the real deal. Not this hope and change lies of Obama, who's just a fucking CIA agent married to a trans. I mean, the fiction is the truth. Like, the fiction is like so strange. We can't believe what's been happening, let alone we're $40 trillion in debt, 10,000 soldiers later, 25 years of war to rearm Afghanistan with 60 billion of our equipment and to withdraw like, what the fuck? I mean, I guess, crazy. They should have destroyed everything. They never should have done all those weapons. It's insane.
Yeah. You got to stop and think about it. 07, 08, man, if it wasn't for George Bush and all the bullshit that, those guys did, the war hawks, the establishment GOP, I mean, we had, Ronald Reagan, then it started going downhill from there. We had George Bush Sr., Bill Clinton, then we had Bush Jr., right? And then after that, what did we get? We got Obama. Look how our country has deteriorated just since 2007, 2008, over the past 20 years. My daughter, she's 17. She was born in 2008, when Obama was president. All she's ever known was Obama, Trump, and But of course, Barack had the first, 8 years, and Trump had 4 years. Barack had the last 4 years with Biden. Now Trump's in there again. And that was one of the things that got me off the couch and wanted to get involved politically, because I was sitting on my back porch one day in 2019, and I had saw everything leading up to that over the past years prior, and I was looking through the sliding glass doors, looking at my daughter, and she was in the house, and the little girl, and I was just sitting here thinking, Jesus Christ, I mean, what the fuck happened to our country, right?
Dude, 9/11, man.
HBV is so biased.
It's 9/11. 9/11 fucked everything up. It tilted the fucking. It reset the whole game. Like, they just cleared the chessboard.
Act and everything else, they allowed the deep state to basically come in and just take over and not even hide it anymore and shit,
Well, I'm talking about really where we're at now in terms of the national debt, meaning that there's no debt jubilee. Like, if you're born today, wow, BOA just gave you $1,000, but you were just born with $450,000 in debt. What? Hello? Like, the numbers don't lie, and most politicians can't talk the numbers. They don't know the actual balance sheet, and they don't realize that the system, it's got $1 trillion and $200 trillion in debt. You know what I'm saying? But at scale, from the towns to the cities to the Fed, the amount of debt. And if you just go to usdebtclock.org and you look at, what the total debt is per citizen, no one can stop working because everyone has to service the debt. That's the debt bubble. Because it's the property taxes. I mean, you pay property taxes. You work in real estate. You see how property taxes drain. It's not an asset. It's a liability. Over 10 years, there goes 100,000 plus. Bye. But
our whole country's got a lot of work to do, and we need to have people that can stand up and speak out and be unafraid to do it, but the biggest obstacle they got is, overcoming the machine. And by the machine, I mean, the way the system's actually set up, it's almost damn near impossible to, be an incumbent because they have so much money backed by them, not only, through their own campaigns, but...
but look at Ron Paul. Look at Ron Paul. Look at Bernie Sanders. These are independents. Do you know how much Bernie Sanders has raised over his career? And he's still nonstop the biggest propagandist on the internet. He has raised $750 billion since just the year 2000. So he's the biggest Shylark of them all. Because did you see what he... Anyways, we could go on and on, but... dude, there are black swan characters who break through, but I'm not one of them. I can't get virality, but you know who does is Augustus and his wife. They literally, in some ways, they helped Trump get into the White House because they were with Kennedy, and they were instrumental to Kennedy's messaging distribution. And without them, I don't think Kennedy would have achieved the communication successes that he did. He was pretty groundbreaking. And then he just threw it all in for Trump. But even the Democrats in every city still literally kept him on the ballot to try to cipher Trump votes for Trump. So, but he still pushed it because he was able to let everybody vote Trump. So, regime change is real. And I'm just to me, when you really think about all the shit that Trump went through, let alone having his ears shot off, and if you think about how the Democrats and the liberals, he's just one man against 99%. You see what I'm saying? So it's a miracle that he is our president. Just in the same way that it was a miracle that Obama, with everything you know about him, is what became the fucking president. It is like a movie where the Praetorian Guard just hoists up some new schmuck, and next thing you know, we got a new schmuck, Caesar, for 4 years. Because even Clinton's success is a miracle because of his relationship with Bush. The fact that there is stuff about Bush being a cannibal is I don't believe it. I can't believe it. There's things that I just can't believe. Like, why is it?
Can't believe or don't want to believe, you know? I mean, is society that fucked? Is a good question.
There's just no way. Like, it's got to be fake. There's no way somebody would eat intestines with children feces. Like, is it just like a joke? Like, because it's just a communication screenshot, right? I mean, anyways.
Yeah, we're fifth generation war. It's all about information nowadays, you know, and controlling the minds of people.
Yeah, I agree. See, that's the type of. But see, anyways, there was a news article today, just repeating the news, but it's like proven that these social audio or TikTok in particular and other platforms can actually lower the IQ substantially. So it's like not just mind control, it's time control and retardation inducement. But
yeah, just because we have a lazy society, people don't want to put in the effort to actually, you know, read the article. You know, clickbait is real. They try and capture you with, you know, these headlines, but if you actually read the article, you know, it'll actually probably contradict the headline, you know, but people are for instant gratification. They want to be the first to reshare it. They want to be the first to go out here and talk about it. Like, for example, you know, I had a good friend of mine, I work with the RWA group, a real world, you know, asset in crypto. And, you know, these guys, they're crypto people, but, you know, not really, but they are. You know, in the past couple days, you know, they were like, oh my God, you know, the market's tanking, you know, and somebody said that, you know, Satoshi sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I'm like, the fuck he did? I was like, look at that stupid shit. And then you like post something, you know, in a Google Meetup that was a post from X. And I was like, did you guys look at Satoshi's wallet? Oh, no, we didn't do that. I was like, well, then you shouldn't be out here sharing stupid shit like that. I was like, the guy hasn't sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, that would be like fucking earth-shattering news if Satoshi's wallet moved. And then, just the second night in a row, the same dude's like, oh my God, did you see, you know, are you sure that Satoshi's wallet didn't sell 11,000 Bitcoin? And he posted another article off of X. And I clicked on it and I read it, and it said Satoshi Era Whale sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, did you even read the headline? I go, it says Satoshi Era, you know, meaning the time frame of OG Bitcoin people, a whale who got into Bitcoin earlier sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, but also read the article because it says he sold 11,000 Bitcoin for $850 billion. I go, that doesn't even like math. That math isn't math, right? I was like, and then contradicted to this article that says a whale from the Satoshi era, sold 11,000 Bitcoin in November of 2025, right? 2 months ago. And those 11,000 Bitcoin that he sold in November was worth $1.3 billion. And the article that you just posted said 11,000 Bitcoin sold yesterday was valued at $850 billion. How did we go up, 850% in value just in 2 months on the price of Bitcoin? It's like, you fuckers need to you need to stop sharing shit like this because it ain't nothing but misinformation and clickbait, bro. And that's what these guys do on the X. Engagement. They're only trying to get people to comment and repost their shit so Elon can write them a bigger check every month.
Yeah, it's pick and choose as you please, you know. There's just never-ending clickbait, and people want to play. There's just an infinite number of hosts, an infinite number of. I have a feeling that like every single clickbait title that has ever been created has already been, you know, like there's just nothing new. So that's why I say you're the fool if you don't realize how stupid all this is, because your life is your choice. You know, the content that you choose to consume or create is up to you. But that is the cool thing now about our age, where if you look at the television and how everyone was just completely hypnotized by the TV, now you can reverse it and you can actually become the star of your own show. So that's also part of the clickbait. You know, technically everything is just a spam and a clickbait scam at this point. Like, We know we live in a Ponzi scheme backed up by the biggest mafia in the world with the greatest nuclear arsenal the planet's ever seen. So enjoy the ride, but you have to choose how you want to play this game, because it is political, and the debt is political. Everything's political. Everything.
Yeah. You never realize how much politics actually plays into everyday society.
Yeah.
If you stop and think about it,
It's very hard to catch because most people don't get involved in political communication. But when you get involved in it, you realize, oh no, a lot of these Congress people and senators, the House, and they're criminals. They are charlatans who won't even. And it's the whole thing. I was looking at the top earmarks in the top 25 congressional districts. Dude, if you can bring in a $200 million contract for a special project in your district, you're a fucking hero. You made people in your district money.
That's how people just continuously re-elect people. Because, like Trump said, I love the poorly educated. Well, that's like 99% of the country. Because most people don't really care about politics. Unless it affects them in their front yard. If it doesn't stop at their front door, the price of milk, the price of gas, they don't give a fuck if some politician uses a slush fund that's created by Congress, to pay off their sexual, harassment lawsuits and shit like that. But when you start digging deeper, you realize that Congress established their slush fund. Congressmen and women use that slush fund to pay off their own sexual harassment cases. People got to do a lot better. This country's going to hell in a handbasket. Trump's not going to save us all. I think he's just kind of like, the first person to get out here and really, raise the awareness of, hey, look, if you guys can't get out here and fight for this country, it ain't going to be around here much longer. On that note, bro, I gotta get rolling. I got some things I gotta get done and get wrapped up before 4 o'clock today. But John, man, it's nice meeting you, bro. It really was.
Yeah, likewise.
Appreciate you jumping up in here, bro.
I bought a Mercedes convertible once down in Tampa, Sarasota from eBay, and man, I love that car. I should have kept the car and ditched the girlfriend, but nice chatting with you.
Yeah, man, right on. Hope to see you soon.
Okay, God bless. Take care.
All right, see you.
All right, I don't know if you want to say anything, but this is the Buy Bitcoin Room, hosted by John and Augustus Michael here. Hope you guys have a great afternoon.
I'm tired of hearing it's all this. Nigga, I'm 21 years old. Listen, I'm 21 years old. And I ain't never heard this shit. They tell me all because they're listening.
Nobody said you're 22.
Okay, but fucking listen, fool.
Yeah, but you gotta listen to me. You gotta hear me out as well.
Alright, cool. Listen, bro. Like I said, I'm only 21. Since a little girl, I came here in this America. I'm from the United States. Came here when I was a 10-year-old little girl, bro. They all my fucking siblings because they said my siblings are terrorists because their last name Islam.
This is why that person is so famous. And
So it was not that they do Motown? You mean the modern music that she sang?
later.
It was back from that day. It was, that I had never heard.
Wow.
I only, if you only hear the top 40 radio versions of people, then you never, unless you buy the album and listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Back
You
in the
do
day,
remember
we bought albums
some?
and listen to the whole thing.
Mm.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, great. I want to know if I know some, maybe I don't know either. But I know a lot of songs from her.
You guys, Nile Rodgers.
Yeah. Yes.
So I had a long form interview with him recently, and he said something really beautiful. I can't remember the actual track that he was referring to, but it was very early in his career. He was doing being a session musician and going on stage with random people. And at this one time, he was asked to cover a track that was really, really like a pop track that was really famous and that he really hated. And as he was learning, he was complaining to, I think it was his mentor, who was, can't remember who that was either, but he was complaining to him like, oh, I hate this music and all that kind of stuff. I pulled him up and he said, listen, it doesn't matter. First of all, you're a musician. Second of all, you're contracted to play this. But the third thing, and the big one, is that this song has touched millions of people. It's a good song to millions of people. So get behind it, whatever your personal biases are, I thought and he kind of went, a penny dropped with it, and I thought that was a really beautiful point,
Totally agree. At the very least, it's worth listening to and taking it seriously. Giving it a good chance.
Exactly, yeah. The woman has to.
Robert, did you say that you listening to it?
No, I was listening to it. I got it quite recently.
Like that, okay.
Yeah, long form interviews on Radio 4.
Mm-hmm.
I had quite an interesting journey last year with You Put a Spell on Me. I listened to about 5 different versions of that from the very original all the way up through various covers and stuff, and I don't think there's one I don't like.
What do you say? You like them all?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's great.
It's a terrific song, and different people do different things with it.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, you see that often, old songs that get a new jacket, so to say. Go ahead.
The song I was thinking of was not a song, actually.
Yeah.
And it was Love to Love You Baby.
I love to love you, baby. Yeah, I know those older songs. And you thought...
Robert, have you heard the Marilyn Manson version of that?
Do you know what? I don't think I have. Thank you. I'll look for it.
There's a 6 version you can listen to.
Brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll listen to it before he gets in prison for some dodgy sex offences that he's up for at the moment.
So anyway, did you listen to the rest of the music from Donna Summer? It was really disco. Because this from those days.
Yeah, when I hear a song that I like and I've never heard before, or I just maybe never heard it in that way, I'll almost always go find the album that was on and then listen to the whole album. And I did do that. This was a couple years ago for that particular song.
Yeah.
And then I started listening to I started doing more like soul and Motown kind of like
yeah, I love it.
And fucking love it. It's stuff. It's stuff that I like again. Because I was, when I was a kid, I was into like Cheap Trick and like white kid rock. And so I just, when you're a kid, you're like, well, this is what this is my thing, and other people listen to their thing, and you kind of form your identity around it.
Was that Cheap Trick? I Want You Want Me? Cheap Trick?
Yeah.
I was 13 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Live at Budokan album.
Yeah, that Live at Budokan was I had that on vinyl, and it was one of my first. I don't think it was my first purchase, but it's one of my first purchases.
My first was the Rubettes. Do you know the Rubettes? Sugar Baby Love. Remember that one? That was my first record, and I got Waterloo from my sister for my birthday.
My first record, I listened to that a lot. Yeah, I was going to say, my first was Cake Machine, Judas Priest.
Oh, Judas Priest, I know
Yeah.
not. I don't know his music.
Yeah, right at the deep end. In fact, the first time I went to see as well, and I've never quite addressed this with him, but I think I was 13 or 14, and I approached him that night, and my mum didn't say anything, but Dad went absolutely nuts. Well, you go to any
Tell me, what does beige taste like?
16? No way.
Oh, yeah.
The following morning, I don't know what happened that night. I've never.
I'll start at 200 for the whole voting machine.
Came down, my dad went off to work, my mum came down for breakfast, and she said, "Go get yourself a ticket."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did she go
I
with you?
was persuaded. Good on her. And that was it. Then I was Scorpions, UFO, Queen, the whole thing. The whole kit and caboodle is brilliant.
And did she go with you, or did you go with a friend?
No, with a group of friends. My mum would never have gone to that. No, I just went with a couple of mates, and we just became kind of regulars. And we were thinking about this the other day. It was kind of at the time when it was an affordable thing to do for a schoolboy to go to 2 or 3 gigs a month,
Oh, okay.
But now they're like £50, £60 a ticket.
Yeah.
It's out of reach for a lot of people.
And they were played in smaller places, so you can be at the front, and they know you, they see you, That was in those days.
I'll start at 200 for the whole voting machine.
250. I got 20. Do I get 25? Time to see what's behind door number 1. I'm running for Congress. Here's an authenticity card. Now that I'm doing the job, 10% off roller skates. Great. I'm like, I'm going to cheat. And he's Mr. Peanut. All right, buddy, watch your movie. Here's an authenticity card. My father was searching the hiding from me all these years. Whoa. Gentlemen, our national debt is out of control. I think I lost my authenticity. Again? Did you check under the couch cushions? I'm still losing. The laundromat, the post office, I don't feel like me without it.
John, you can't misplace yourself.
Hold up, wait, this isn't my sword. It's a loaf of bread. Keep laughing, it's all right. Life, that's surprisingly sturdy. Forget it, I yield. I'm not doing a race ticket. Anybody got hold up, wait, this isn't my sword. I'm out here on the farm. I get up before the sun. Folks always ask me about the legends in Congress, like the senator who filibustered 24 hours in 6 hours. Now that's endurance and bladder control. 1450.
That's great. I don't even know the Robert Room is, but.
No, me either. Who's that?
I feel
There's
safe.
another John Osborne on the track, I think.
Are we serious?
Huh?
I'm good, man. How you doing? What was your first concert, Benjamin? Was it like Elvis Presley or?
Dean
My
Martin?
first concert, and essentially every concert that I went to when I was a kid, was the Monterey Bay Symphony Orchestra playing at the Sherwood Center in Salinas, California. Now, the special concerts would have been a chamber group playing in Carmel for musicians.
That makes a lot of sense.
I just want to say, now we're going to
Do you get invited to explain a lot of things? What's that? Yeah, it totally does.
It does.
Did you get invited to many parties at that time?
Invited to a party. Like, that was a concept that didn't quite fly in my cult community.
No, we know.
We did have things, and we had fun, and we had parties.
Did you have parties?
No, we celebrated the
And
birth
tuxedos
of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ,
He said
on the
tuxedo.
form of the flesh,
Party.
to save us from our lustful and sinful state.
Sinful state? What do you mean?
Chamber music. That's just the word of the
Oh,
day.
that's
I would just put some tape over Jesus's eyes. Like, it won't bother you, Jesus, but you can't see.
Oh,
You think that Jesus hung out with Epstein? I feel like if Jesus was around, he'd be in the Epstein file.
No, he was waiting at the gate.
I don't think he'd be.
If Jesus were alive today, he'd be living in Cuba.
Lie?
Yeah, no, I'm leaning with Benjamin. He might actually be on the Epstein files then, because state of Israel, insert yada yada conspiracy.
Jesus would have been assassinated by Israel already.
I think what I was saying is
Folks always ask me about
Epstein. Maybe it's even more.
folks always ask me about the legends of Congress, like the senator who filibustered.
Jesus is way too Jewish to have been left off with the Epstein files. I think that's what I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Damn.
No, looking for a king.
Folks always ask me about the. I'm here on the farm.
With all the strippers in the home.
I'm here on the.
And then the king, like, get this guy out of here. He knows too much. Obviously, killed all the kings. Right? So, like, history doesn't repeat itself, but some rhymes.
It rhymes.
Steinberg.
So I have this theory that how the Catholics had this whole scandal with the priests.
I'm here on the phone.
Which one?
Yeah, we
Which one? Several are rolling. Like I don't know how many files there are in the Catholic priest abuse files. I suppose. Yes, there's got to be a very 3 million files there, right? And I feel like every religion gets their scandal, and like Catholics and Protestants have the same problem. And now we have the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Like.
And we don't promise people.
I think I lost my authentic.
All you had to do was just not get shot by some underage girl. But you couldn't resist, could you?
He couldn't even put on a condom. Because you got the herpes.
Gentlemen, our national debt is out of control.
Claude, let's see what you've been hiding from me.
He's like, happy anniversary, wife. Here's herpes.
That makes him such a fucking hypocrite.
Claude, let's see what you've been hiding.
Fucking public health policy. Heart disease to your wife. Dude, shut the fuck up. Never mention a goddamn thing. Ever. I never want to hear a goddamn thing from Bill Gates. Ever again. As soon as he comes on TV, I'm like, fuck this crap. Turn it off. I'm like, I'm not interested. It's like, trying to
It's hard to see that face, isn't it? And not think of the Epstein files.
Yes, it is impossible.
So here's how the Epstein files hit home for me. I don't know, has anybody had the Epstein files hit home?
No, I don't have it in my home.
Here's an authenticity card.
I went to my local makerspace, right? And there's a first robotics team that needs
Time to see what's behind the door.
because they're in the 6 weeks of build season. And the first thing I heard when the kids come in is, so 2 things happened this week, something, and Dean Kamen was in the Epstein files. Dean Kamen is the founder of First. He's also the inventor of Subway, as you know. And he's kind of a queer little guy that works on like weird projects, a lot of like state water questions and things like that. Anyway, out of the founder of the First, this organization that like only serves kids, right? Less than 18 to be in this organization. I don't know how many kids are there. Probably, I don't know, 10,000 kids in the
That's a lot.
maybe more. Anyway,
I'll start at 200 for the old one.
he's in the files.
Wasn't Peter Thiel also connected?
Yeah, but Peter Thiel has no connection to me. So has anybody had any real world contact with the Epstein files? That's what I'm asking.
You might be the only one in this room.
I'm the only one.
Do you
No, you're not. I just can't say who the people Because,
I know about
it's like, listen,
not the only one at this house. There is another
every
room.
incubator, every accelerator is going to have this because that's how the apparatus was constructed. It's about infiltration and dissemination and spreading. You know, so you want to spread this.
I'll start it too.
The way that Bill Gates spread the STD. You just want to make sure that's it.
I had an accident, and that Epstein is taking the first.
You don't get a meeting with Ehud Barak if you're nobody. Heard that recording, yeah? Former Israeli friend getting financial advice from Epstein.
And staying in his apartment.
Yeah, and how does that happen? Like, okay, like, you're good at blackmailing people. Obviously, you're going to get recruited by an intelligence agency. I wonder who's going to recruit you. And so whether or not he's an actual operative or working for the state, I've just come to the conclusion that, yeah, to really control the world, for better or worse, using like pedophilia and human trafficking seems to be part of the game. And that's a fucked up kind of thing to realize that, yeah, the really good nations play just as dark as the ones that we claim we're fighting. So hypocrisy over there. Kind of disappointing.
So I have to run off the business call. Today's kind of a fire drill at work. But I did want to say that my good friend IO is largely full of shit, and most of what he talks about is completely improbable and impractical. And this may be the least probable thing I've heard I would say in the last 3 months.
What I just said now?
The Mossad controls politicians through blackmail. I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable thing.
I mean, and Yahoo is in the files. I don't know exactly what you're saying.
Your name is Benjamin. I thought it made sense.
I don't know that we've like really. I hope I said that this was the least improbable thing I've heard in the last 3 months. I don't know if I said it right. Anyway, I have to take off Joey for a bit.
All right, see you later. I don't know that people have that it has really sunk in for people, like the gravity, like the enormity of what's going on with Epstein talks. Like the Epsteins are, this is the biggest scandal in American history in the past 80 years. Bigger than Watergate and like Pizzagate, and just about like every other scandal in the past 80 years in the United States.
Pizzagate wasn't even a thing.
But the funny thing about Pizzagate is that they were right. They were right in the broad strokes, but they were wrong in the details.
Exactly. Like,
You're wrong in the details.
yeah, Twittergate. I think Twittergate is intimately related to Epstein. Intelligence agencies infiltrated social networks. This kind of explains why if you fuck around on Wikipedia, you get banned. I've done that before, trying to make corrections on Wikipedia. You get banned, and then today I read my little post, and it was like, you have a hard time using your credentials from Wikipedia, so we just hacked it and replaced it with your original photos, and now it just says businessman and philanthropist, no pedophile. Because the Wikipedia people kept putting it back, so we banned them all. And I was like, what? So Wikipedia's been infiltrated, and it's like, oh, come on. Really? We can't have nice things, guys?
I think the interesting element was even in the ballpark. Like, the fact that Alex Jones was even in the ballpark of being right is terrifying to me.
I think one of the there's a few interesting things around the Epstein thing. I think I've said before, I think
what's quite fascinating is the royalty connection, because here over this side of the Atlantic you had Savile, who was like the biggest sex offender we've ever come across, and he was closely very friendly with Prince Charles and decades. Plus he spent I think 11 Christmases in a row at Chequers, which is the Prime Minister's sort of country residence. So that level of access, and then you've got Epstein on the other side of the pond, best friends with ex-Prince Andrew. And I saw an interview with a Metropolitan Police Raw Protection Squad guy, and he was saying, I think this is perfectly plausible. He was saying that in order to anybody who gets within like 5 distance of any of the seniors, really deep vetting, writing in close, which means that the deep vetting doesn't work or is not always applied, which I think is unlikely. Or two, the deep vetting is done, and those people, the powers that be, as it were, just consistently look the other way in these particular cases for reasons that are not apparent.
Or they get cleared because of it.
Or they get cleared.
James Bond approved.
Yeah, and then the other interesting thing, which I'm sure you know, which is the Ghislaine Maxwell father, who was Robert Maxwell, who owned the Mirror Group, which was a big newspaper group at the time.
Yeah, he was in my Sixers, really, right?
Well, he started off in the Czech Republic, or in Czechoslovakia. That's where he was born. Him and his parents came to the UK when he was quite young. He absolutely rose to prominence as a really successful newspaper guy. And I remember there was a bit of footage on the TV years ago. I'm watching the news, and
for me. That's a lot of iron for this time of year. Budget, Grandpa? I didn't need it out of my mouth.
It was interesting because he either fell off or pushed off or jumped off
What do you think?
his private yacht in the Mediterranean, and they fished him out later, deceased. The yacht after he died, they realised that he'd completely looted the pension fund of the Mirror Group. There was pretty much nothing left because he just helped himself to the whole pension fund. And then his funeral was in Jerusalem, and he had a full military Israeli funeral. Now, that then leads into Ghislaine Maxwell being closely connected to, the massive, American sex offender that is Epstein, being his groomer and his supplier. She's a convicted sex trafficker. She's the only one in history who's been convicted without any of the clients being convicted. It's kind of bizarre.
I understand why, and I say this generally speaking, I understand that mathematically it might be advantageous to use people, but seriously, what the fuck, why can't we learn the right way? I thought women by being better, not by being a better piece of shit. So that was the ultimate disappointment, and I'll say this, I wrote a whole fucking play about Benjamin Netanyahu and all this stuff in high school. I wanted to work for it, and then so I got my grades on this propaganda, and
was not an evil, but his friend, a guide, and a counselor. And wherever Socrates was in danger or difficulty, his spirit came to him. The demon or guardian appears, and he writes and discusses it and tells of the examples of its presence. Our word demon comes from it, and is not that it is a use that was made after it was assumed that all these pagan deities.
Israel has a right to exist. Anything we say against Israel is just anti-Semitism. Right, everything they do it the best possible way. They don't kill people. They don't kill civilians. But the numbers lie, or the numbers reveal themselves, right? So
don't feel too bad. Like, literally, it was a campaign that was put on decades before you were born.
Yeah, but you didn't write a play, and I did.
I made like a music video short film in high school using footage of Tel Aviv getting bombed, heavily implying that the Arabs who did it were monsters. Like, literally, we all have that stain.
Just for the record. Okay, well, thank you for sharing that, because that makes me feel better.
You're worried that way, Romero, so maybe the rest of you, not me.
Exception.
But it was weird, because I went to, like, a Catholic school as a Jew, and the school, like, propped up the play and everything. Like, I wrote the play, like, over a few days, and the school just, like, totally pushed it front and center. Which is like, why are you, like, it was the Onteb Israeli, what are they called? Athletes, like Olympic athletes. And so, like, I did a play about that kind of hostage rescue situation and so on. And it was weird that a Catholic school propped it up. So now, like, looking back, I'm like, wow, the apparatus is quite strong. So I'm like, how does one address this kind of, I don't know, evil corruption? Like, why can't we just win by doing better? And I want a mathematical answer. And I just feel myself getting angry, like Christian Bale on the set of Terminator. He's like, what do you mean we don't see the light? I want a fucking answer. You know, and that's how I feel. And it's kind of like shitty, because I'm like, oh, incoming airstrike.
Start wearing that tin hat, bro. You don't want them to read your mind, do you?
That's why I will wear something that makes my whole head into an antenna. And then...
reading an article from Morning America. This was dated to July 2025. Was this last year before this release? It says the 3-page index is a report generated by FBI that lists the evidence inventoried by federal law enforcement during the multiple investigation into his conduct is being Jeffrey Epstein's. According to that index, the remaining materials include 40 computers and electronic devices, 26 storage drives, more than 70 CDs, and 6 recording devices. The devices hold more than 300 gigabytes of data, according to the DOJ. The evidence also includes approximately 60 pieces of physical evidence, including photographs, travel logs, employee lists, more than $17,000 in cash, 5 massage tables, blueprints of Epstein's island in Manhattan home, 4 busts of female body parts, a pair of women's cowboy boots, and 1 stuffed dog, according to the list. Let's do it. What else there?
Yeah, that stuffed dog is a smoking gun right now.
Oh, this part. In a joint memo released last week, this is last year in July, the FBI and DOJ argued that a large portion of the records included photographs of victims and child pornography. According to the DOJ, the evidence includes images and videos, as a quote, of victims who appear to be minors, and quote, over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse materials and other pornography, quote, and a large volume of images of Epstein. Authorities also concluded that Epstein did not maintain any client list or blackmail prominent individuals.
Nothing to see here except these mountains of data. No, but it's not evidence of a list. You see, Elliot, you're just reading it wrong.
There's so much that they haven't released. Like, there's probably tons of videos and photos that nobody has seen yet, and maybe we shouldn't see.
Maybe we have to use a key word specifically. Like, it's not a blackmail list; it's a blackmail album. You know, maybe we're just not using the correct.
In my tinfoil hat moments, I look at an event like this where there's this massive scandal going on that's absorbing everybody's attention and all the front pages. And I'm thinking, wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. Is it like the South American Contras? Is there like some sort of other thing? Like, hey, when Monica Lewinsky dropped, yeah, so did the Contra affair, right? So what did we miss during this whole shit show? This, pay no attention to the wisdom.
I don't even think there's any real effort being put into covering any of the stuff anymore. I think there's a bit of a blasé-ness around, whoever kind of runs these sort of things or is involved in these things. Like, I'm on the list. So what? Nothing will happen,
Yeah, so like as a person who's like trying to operate with the startup and so on, like it's gonna just be so hard to like navigate forward and just pick and choose who you like. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, before we have a meeting, I gotta check if you're on the list. Hold on.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Which devil are you willing to shake hands with?
There is a public reaction, before the markets opens, pre-trading environment, which is a weird phrase, pre-trading. The stocks of PayPal dropped like fucking Wiley Coyote went over a cliff. It just went. You just look at it, it just goes straight down, dude.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Elon's like, yeah, I've never been to the island. No, Elon, please say accurately. You wanted to go to the island and Epstein dumped you. Like, that's what the actual files show. They say, oh, sorry, Elon, we don't have time for you. And I'm like, and that's kind of like, okay, you never went to the island. You should have been a little bit more specific, or you should have just not fucking said anything. Because now that's just weird. Like, come on.
He got rejected from Pedo Island. Like, that's fucking...
Yeah, watch CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla does a whole thing about this. It's like, what? Really?
Oh yeah, my son Sam sent me on a CoffeeZilla. He does some good stuff.
And the weirdest thing is like, Bill Gates gets his wife sick, so then he gets blackmailed to make a donation to MIT. And I'm like, what? Like, why is that the mechanism? And it seems like such an unnecessary web, but it's also like confusing by construction. I feel like it's confusing on purpose, and it always seems crazy and like.
They didn't really give the full trail to that $2 million. It just seems that there was sort of the donation, which is really odd. I'm looking without a whole lot of explanation, even though the previous paper trail that they're showing seems to imply that it was some kind of a, like, in other words, very Trump-like way that words. He's not actually saying you need to pay this amount of money, but instead, I would consider paying you this amount of money. That would help.
Yeah, like I would consider doing this, but if I were to direct you, if I was advising you, and if I was you in this situation, I'd probably consider making a donation to this lab. And it's like that's just, it's just disappointed in humanity. No wonder the aliens don't talk to us, okay, guys? See, this is why we can't have nice relationships.
There you go.
Yeah, the aliens from the Jodie Foster movie.
I'm an illegal alien. Listen.
The aliens from that Jodie Foster movie showed up, looked around, and were like, "Fuck that! Let's close access to this wormhole."
Yeah. The aliens are worried about coming here and getting alien probes. Not someone else scared it out. But if we had regular aliens, I don't think they'd actually be illegal. I don't think there's any universal law right at this point. I think aliens can come here legally.
Yeah, they're clever enough to don't.
Wouldn't that be fucking wild if aliens from Alpha Centauri were given a clear path the citizenship over people from South America. Like that's
Holy shit.
that would be like, okay, time to fucking do something.
Okay, they don't even get into America. They can certainly go like over the Atlantic Ocean, but
Well, you know, it's funny that you say that, because apparently that's a thing. There is like a fast track for extraterrestrials from all the silly stuff that I've been reading. I'm like, what? There's like, and like Russia has what is it? It's not the nuclear football or whatever. They have the equivalent of like the alien football, which has a list of all current alien residents. And Medvedev, the former president and prime minister of Russia, which, you know, Russia always does weird things like that, said it like on live TV when asked. He's like, oh yeah, we have a suitcase for aliens. And everyone's like, is he joking? Is he not joking? And you go down that rabbit hole, it makes that question not so ridiculous.
But it's like, I mean, I don't really know what the whole, all the statutes and laws are under maritime law, but the way I understand it, it's like maritime law sort of governs like a lot of what different countries do in space, you know, in theory at least. Then like, well, okay, I mean, like, under U.S. law, an alien is defined as, you know, anyone who is not a citizen or a U.S. national. So a citizen of the United States or a U.S. national. So that kind of just applies to like everybody, almost everybody on the planet, which, you know, I guess would include aliens, outer space.
So what's the difference between a citizen and a U.S. national? Out of curiosity.
U.S. national is like, you know, someone who lives in like the Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico, places like that.
Like they don't have voting rights, right? I don't know.
DC is kind of an interesting case. I'm sure Pro could speak to this. DC doesn't have like no mayor in DC. I don't think they have like you know, I mean they're not a state. You know, they don't have like a local police force. I don't think
We definitely have the mayor.
Oh, sorry, I must be misremembering something. There's something.
Governor. It's not a state.
Oh, okay, that's the one. Okay, that's the one. Okay.
Mayor Browser is pretty popular too. She's like a national celebrity.
So nationals get like the really short end of the stick. So they're basically, they can move around like citizens, but they're not allowed to vote. And they do get a U.S. passport, but the passport has to say U.S. national. And so if they want to like actually get voting rights, they have to go through an immigration process. And so this is often applied to American Samoa and places like that. Whereas it's just there's like a weird class distinction to the U.S. territories, and some of them, like Puerto Rico, get Commonwealth status, and some of them are still U.S. nationals, and it's just something that Congress hasn't wanted to fix over the last 100 years.
Because it helps them launder money.
Well, some of it's just straight racism too. You know, like they didn't want. I mean, that was where the whole territory system came from anyway. From the Spanish-American War, it was like, oh, we can't have all these brown people become part of the United States and have voting rights and stuff. And it's just that and I don't know all the details about how Puerto Rico, say, got Commonwealth status and American Samoa didn't, but I know that racism was a big part of the whole territorial system to begin with.
And it allows for extraction and illegal murders and environmental pollution, and it allows for a lot of things. Military weapons testing off the Puerto Rico, lots of things.
Illegal murder sounded a bit like an oxymoron, I think. I sometimes think of, this is a weird analogy here, but racism is to capitalists what sex is to Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, Jeffrey, I was thinking about the Epstein stuff. It's like, granted, he is obviously was a mass perv and pedo and all this thing for, but he was doing it as a principal like fetish tool that made him an incredible blackmailer, right? Like the world's best blackmailer, right? And it's like, who cares which one comes first? It's kind of the same thing people try to defend racists. It's like, oh, they really just care about the money. It's like, well, no, not all of them. Some people at the base level just care about sex, just like he cares, just like some people just care about racism, right? Then there's other people who weaponize it and make it work for their advantage. And the thing with, I think the witch hunt stuff with the Epstein stuff is a little overblown, because I just think right now what people do is they go, anyone in the Epstein files must be like a pedo. And that's just not the case, right? First of all, they are just files. They're just accumulation of what's there. And you have no way of knowing, just like when people start accusing people of being liars because they say something that's untrue, you have no way of knowing if somebody just went to the island because they're a horn dog and didn't know all the implications. Nobody has to be aware of every implication of the people that are there. Dude, it's like this, I get upset about the same thing with, like, why don't people do the same kind of stuff with Hugh Hefner? Like, it's all the same horn dogs, right? Like, I guarantee that there are underage girls all over the Playboy Mansion, right? It's just that it hasn't been reported that way, so nobody's even thinking about it. Like, no, that wasn't pedophilia. And of course it was.
But it has been reported. It has been reported.
But what I'm saying is, many people are just like me. If I got an invite to go to the Playboy Mansion, I was probably going to go.
You wouldn't Google it first? Hold on. You wouldn't Google it first? You would what crazy shit happened?
Sure, but there are years, I mean, I'm old enough that there wasn't Google when you could have gone to the Playboy Mansion. What I'm saying is...
Okay, fine. Alta Vista,
whatever. I'm just saying, people in 2008 and 9 don't necessarily have the prerequisite. Actually, anytime to be Googling, like, hey, let me see if there's some weird shit going on. No, most people are going to say, let me see if there's some hot chicks going on. And most of them are just going because they're horn dogs. And that's probably the bottom line. Now, granted, he's way worse than that, and everybody now knows that. But I'm sure there were like sports athletes, musicians, just like going to a day party. Back in the day, going to a day party was just where you went because there were lots of chicks, and because you were trying to increase your networking status, right? Not everybody was there for the chicks, and not everybody was there for the network. So if you're trying to be around some of the most influential people in the world, it doesn't make you a pedophile just because you went to Epstein Island, right? Now, I don't know anybody who's ever been to Epstein Island. I sure never been to Epstein Island. I didn't even know what it was. Right? What I'm saying is you can't just witch hunt everybody who did that thing. Like, I hear that people did.
So, counterpoint. I was in film school in 2001, 2002 in Santa Barbara. And there had been an article on CNN about an island where the wealthy could go.
Actually, you know who runs for Congress?
And because it was international waters, there was no law. And I remember talking to people about this where, like, they said, oh, if you get invited to one of these parties, are you going to go? It's like, well, maybe, like, but I'm not going to touch anybody. But then I thought about it, and it's like, no, I'm not going to go. Like, that's just a setup. Right? So, like, even in 2002, people kind of knew already what was up.
Look, if you want to look into it, you'll find it. So, like, for example, I went to the Seoul Symposium thing for the UAPs. I got a security briefing by a security firm to tell me what the fuck could happen there. And, like, hey, all these things might happen. You may run into these people. Beware of extortion. Beware of people trying to figure out stuff, blackmailing you. All that shit came up. It's just a matter of due diligence. And, of course, we're speaking in this day and age, so I think that's also a very appropriate point, that we have the benefit of better search now, because even maybe back then it was difficult to even do Google search normally if you didn't know the syntax, like put things in quotation marks and then use the plus operator and things like that. So I remember it being difficult, but it's not impossible.
I think the other counterpoint as well, Pro, is that I totally agree with what you said, but the other side of it is what I said before, is that Ghislaine Maxwell is a convicted sex trafficker and groomer, and, to suggest that she did enough of that to get 20 years, but not enough to have any clients at all, is ridiculous,
Oh, yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, we want to blackmail them.
I've been to enough crazy parties and after parties, and probably way more than the average human being in my life to know that there's crazy shit that goes on in people's places. And the fact that you were there, like I've been to plenty places that I went to and I left, right? Like immediately. Like I've been around strippers, prostitutes, all that kind of stuff because it's so connected to the industry. It's just always there. And the thing is like you never know how wild the place is. Most of the time, people are just like, "Where's the after party?" People are running the credentials of who's there and all that stuff. It's just who's there. Then you get there and you're like, "Oh, this is the mafioso part. Okay, maybe we should leave." Or sometimes you're in a place that's completely the wrong turf for everybody that's in your set, and you're like, "All right, need to go." But back in the day when I was first starting going, all I had was pages and stuff. And cell phones didn't have a way to send text messages, right? You just get to a place, you get there, and you're like, you found out. But it doesn't matter about how good the technology is. It's just easier. It's better now. So people want to do their due diligence. But most people come from the hip hop after party aren't trying to do their due diligence. And most people trying to get their rocks off aren't trying to do their due diligence either. They're trying to see how discreet it is, right? Like how easy they can get in and out. Now, obviously, scores of people that, right? I'm just saying, you can't throw everybody in that thing. So, like, are they with Epstein girls? Oh my God. Like, you can just see what this is going.
I watched Jon Stewart last night. Sometimes I watch Daily Show every now and then. I watched one of Jon Stewart's notes. He was like, he said, "I'm in the Epstein files." And then when he gets to the material, it's like he's in one email from one person to the other, and they're like, "Well, we should probably, it was like a proposition about some projects, some future projects, and one person's like, and we should have somebody like Jon Stewart to narrate and discuss the proceedings of the event or whatever in the film or the project, whatever it was." So I think there's cases like that too. And we gotta be, I mean, there's so much shit in there that it's a massive, like, colossal, gargantuan task to go through. Even like, for like an army of like FBI agents, it's like a Herculean effort to go through all of this. Also, I would say that, I don't know if this is already mentioned, but French prosecutors have raided offices of Elon Musk, Musk's X, in the headquarters in France. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but
No.
So there's some. This was originally written in French, and this is translated to English, so there may be some errors here. But the crimes being investigated as part of the raid are conspiracy to illegally administer an online platform, fraudulent extraction of data and forging information regarding the operation of an IT system, accessory to possession of pornographic materials involving minors, conspiracy to act as accessory to distribution, peppering, or facilitation of the aforementioned content, representative slander, i.e. maliciously making a picture of a person.
Yeah, he's getting
And
all
lastly,
of the deep faking stuff in.
yeah, and then the last one is denial of crime against humanity.
Yeah,
And the last four are recent and links to the Grok debacle.
Yeah, because like you can, like Grok can declothe you, right? So you can post a photo and then just say, "Hey Grok, here, can you change my shirt? Actually, can you make the shirt smaller? Actually, hold on, let's go to the sun." And you slowly just undress yourself through a series of prompts. So that's a thing in Grok, and they have not secured that. Like, it's kind of wild.
I think there were issues related to that and it being used to basically generate child pornography, and there wasn't enough safeguards to stop that from occurring. And I think that's still an issue that hasn't been dealt with.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, we want, not too much moderation." I'm like, why don't you just, hire people to make sure these things are reviewed more? Like, I remember a few years ago, Canada did an investigation on Facebook, and they found that there was only one representative who worked in Canada for all of the censorship and problems in was interviewed live on air, and he's like, yeah, it's just me. And so that kind of like staff, you're not gonna fix anything. Like you're just gonna you're putting in the minimum effort. And so like in Europe, there's like a lot more like the laws for slander and so on are higher. So if you make like an image of Keir Starmer doing something stupid or whatever, or sorry, not Keir Starmer, but any of the European representatives, you can get in trouble because there's no necessarily free speech in Europe. So.
Quick shout out to Al.
Alfonso's running the atheist house.
Oh, you black man.
Welcome, Alfonso.
The French are not fucking around. I'm kind of jealous. You know, I wish that were the United States. You know,
Not fucking around with what?
they just raided Elon Musk's ex headquarters in France.
They've ordered him to show up along with the ex-CEO to a court hearing. They want him in Paris.
On what complaint?
I think there's operating a there's all that stuff about Grok and the online stuff, but there's also operating an immoral platform or an illegal platform, one of those two. They're not charging him at the moment. They're investigating him, but they want him in Paris to answer questions directly, face to face.
Yeah. I think there's like 6 different alleged crimes that they're investigating him for in France. I put a BBC link in the chat if you want to read it.
I find they're a little standoff telling that neither of those guys is actually trying to mention each other as much as they do. It's like, if a dude that just told you that you're in those files, and then the other dude had a crash out. With the level of bravado that comes from both those dudes, it's hard to believe that there's relatively children both. The kind of Asian thing is probably not good.
Yeah, it's rough.
I came up because I wanted to ask Pro. It seems like he knows. Pro, how? Can you still get tickets for Epstein Island? How much are they going for?
That's the one.
So, my understanding is that Epstein Island has been turned into a tourist strategy, which kind of
What you mean, like Alcatraz or something?
yeah, I think it's been purchased for the purpose of tourism. So technically, I think you can buy a ticket to Epstein Island.
What, they're turning it into a jail? They're just leaving it into an attraction.
At least it's the kind of place that you go and visit. Like Alcatraz is the kind of place that you go to visit.
Okay.
That's a kind of weird, morbid sort of fascination with Alcatraz. I don't really understand the allure that it seems to have.
You've never seen The Rock?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've also seen, what's the other one with Clint Eastwood?
Island. If you're about to Alcatraz.
Whatever happened to Sean Connery? He just kind of seemed to drop off the face of the earth. Just like take it. But then he died.
Did he die? Dead? I mean,
Yeah, people die. How long are you looking for 2 tickets? Were you looking for 2 tickets or just a solo trip?
No, the whole group.
I always want to go at least 2. Kind of like
lifestyle, you know what I mean?
you always want to do what you want to do. Like, hey, I'm gonna be going with the wife. Really? Dude was like, really? Is that what you want to do?
this one big guy.
Yeah. It's like, hey, nudge, wink. And I was like, yo, say word you're getting tips from a pedophile not to freak out your wife by how fucked up the island is. I'm like, wow. At least he's considerate.
That's another tip of what I'm talking about. Like, very clearly, that dude was looking to go party. Could have very easily been that he wasn't thinking anything other than, I just want to go to a place with a bunch of EV victims around, victims being adults, and victims being paid for people that you brought, as opposed to pedophilia stuff. Like, I think the pedophilia thing, like, I'm sure the masses of people early on probably didn't know that part. Because if you're just trying to run a successful business, which you want to run a business that is, assuming that you were trying to, be sort of the grand architect of all bribery and that stuff. When you go with something that's a little more sustainable, like on the pecking order of sustainability, like pedophilia is like seems like some real niche kind of like heinous kind of thing that's gonna end eventually, right? If you're trying to do it sustainable, you think that's for your like premium screwball customers, right? Like only for the Trumps or whatever, but maybe it's the Elons too. But just thinking that when you listen to that transaction, how that went down in the email, it sure seems like you just want them, hey, find me a party. He didn't say about chicks. He was probably trying to find chicks, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like what you said with parties, like just in hip hop and so on, and music. Like Elon used to live next to musicians, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he would go to parties on a regular basis. So get that you hear that this guy has amazing parties, and you're like, yeah, let's go to one of them. But that's post 2008. So Elon claiming to be retarded and not know how to read, that was in the courts, and you were asking to go to that island after those things went through the courts. You don't get a pass for that. Like you gotta cut people out from raw chicken. It's just frustrating that that's the answer. I'm like, I'm sure I grant that answer, but it's still not a great answer.
I mean, they care about supposed to go flag and forth law, and that will flag and forth.
Yeah, fair point.
Hey, Elliot. You were kind of asking what happened to Sean Connery, besides the fact that he's dead now. But it's kind of interesting, actually, that towards the end of his career, in I think The Matrix and also maybe even Lord of the Rings or something, but he like passed on these movies because he was like, I don't understand them. And then he ended up doing The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen because he's like, okay, so I passed on these other things that got really big. And then he was like, yeah, I'm never doing that again.
Relationships there, if we want to be there in 6 years, full time. So that's really. It's tough to navigate something like.
Yeah, Netflix right now has all of the James Bond movies on them too. So as I've been working, I've been kind of going back through them. And definitely like the 60s movies, there's things there that you're just like, whoa, yeah, that's from a different time, all right. Holy cow.
Proper dodgy, aren't they? Some of them, yeah, proper dodgy.
Thomas Jefferson, like he was like one of the main voices that argued against slavery from the principles of the Enlightenment. But he himself like owned hundreds of slaves. So what the hell am I supposed to do? Because Thomas Jefferson.
It's even further than that because not only did he contribute to like the Declaration of Independence, but then like the rights of man and stuff over in France, he was like hugely influential in. And then you find out not only did he own slaves, but then he took his father's wife's, or like his father's concubine's daughter as his own underage. Well, he couldn't marry her, but basically, like, she was like 13 when they consummated their marriage, and so he was taking his dad's, like, concubine's daughter from another coupling, and then that was his companion for the rest of his life, and he had, like, multiple kids with that person, and they were still treated as slaves, even though they were Jefferson's progeny. Like, it's just crazy complicated. That's the same dude that's like, oh yeah, and all men are created equal. We need to think about like equality. And even he was writing about towards the end of his life, like the time bomb that was slavery and owning people, and how it could be like a poison pill for the United States.
There's more there. Like he wrote extensively in the Federalist Papers. There's like hundreds of letters, like original copies, not like like shreds of parchment or whatever. We have like full complete original copies, like letters between him and Adams and like a bunch of other people, Benjamin Franklin, and where he argued like extensively. We have like stuff from the constitutional conventions prior to 1789. Like he very publicly like argued against slavery, but he in a lot of different ways. But he owns like a lot of slaves, man.
Being in class, and there was always class clowns.
Who are you talking about? You talking about me?
We are talking between ourselves.
You're talking to me? Why don't you talk in English? You're trying to hide
Us, just like he did in the destruction of the Second Temple. Christians can also be judged also. That's all I'm saying.
Arash has me blocked, right? He comes up here, and like, he didn't want to say anything. Arash like, I'll let you start.
I didn't try that myself.
You called her pencil now? That's crazy.
No, of course not.
Yes, you did.
That's not the wrong.
I did send you an invite. There you go. What's up with the person? Something about
So how much I'm again?
how you doing, bro? Pretty good.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, man. All good.
So apparently, yeah. What's up, Matan? Or Noam?
You see what I'm here? Apparently.
Times is reported that Iran did shoot something at one of their warships, and U.S. shot it down. I don't know how true that story is. Oh my God! Not my grandma. again.
When was
You're
this?
giving me a fucking headache. Does anybody want black crab on the stage? Man? It gives me a fucking headadeache.
He can come out for 5 minutes, bro. He ain't got no life. Like, he this is the best time of the day for him. Just let him go.
למה אתה לא אוהב בטרקות?
I can read the Hebrew. It's
very good Hebrew, Benny Adam.
Ibn Zorah, Israeli Terror.
He's really terrible.
Israeli Terror.
Black Rabbi is the most racist person.
What do you,
You know what the most racist person on the side?
how?
You don't think you're black American?
Oh my God! I think I'm the human being. Anyways, the point is like
There we go.
Amir.
Reuters also reported the U.S. shoots down aggressive, in quotes, Iranian drone approaching USS Abraham Lincoln. So it's not put it story.
So
It's confirmed. It's confirmed. This is a major escalation.
Rabbi, stop breathing. You're hard on that. I don't want you to
Okay, all right. I'll put a story from the.
Thank you.
There you go. Bang, done.
Thank you. I'll check it out.
This guy, Rabbi, is just waiting to see people die on a code of war and violence. I'm saying you should even get a peace. It's like when it's all drops, you come in your pants. This is a major escalation. This is a complete form of defiance and an expression of a lack of desire for peaceful negotiation. We have no choice but to strike. They tried to kill American soldiers today. I'm appalled, I'm upset, I'm incensed, I'm enraged. Any more words?
Did anything change in your health? Are you still eating French fries?
I just got to eat some chicken.
So he's eating chicken every day. I can't believe this.
And popcorn too.
So in other words, you're not sad. You just know sugar.
Maybe sad. You're talking about.
Alright.
No. I'm not sad about other things.
You got a restaurant?
I mean, it's good too. I mean, I don't see why they would they're running, right now start attempting or.
That's what I'm saying. It's fishy. It's fishy.
Sounds like, how they do now. I want to ask you a serious question. False flag. As an American citizen, how do you feel? What is your thoughts? Assuming 100% that they fired a drone at U.S. Abraham Lincoln to kill American soldiers and to take down naval aircraft. As an American citizen, how do you feel about that?
How do I feel? I feel America is occupying the sea. They need to bring their warship back. We don't have to fight Israeli war.
No. That's fine. But America was firing them.
They are in international waters. I don't know how you occupy international waters.
Let me check the laws of this international water claim.
I think the Persian Gulf, right?
12 miles outside of
So you think if another country would have placed their warships in international waters close to America would think it was cool? Russia? No.
Yeah, actually it happened last year. The Russians floated armada, to Cuba, including a tugboat. They do it all the time. But nothing we can do about it. They send submarines off the East Coast, off of Washington, D.C. They do it all the time. Nothing we can do.
It says it cannot do it legally. The U.S. cannot legally occupy international water, Jacob.
They can transit international. No, that's incorrect.
We need occupied.
It says cannot legally occupy Persian Gulf waters as occupation implies sovereign control over foreign territory.
They never claimed to have that. They never claimed to have that.
They're just what?
They never said they had claim over the Persian Gulf. They have their warships.
So then why would they occupy it?
How they occupy it? The issue is not occupied. The issue is
parking your warship on there. You're occupying it.
They're always moving. They're never occupying because that would make them sitting ducks. They're always moving.
Let me see.
It's like when they do what do they call freedom of navigation through the South China Sea. They go right through the South China Sea, and China can't say anything about it. Russians fly bombers off of Alaska. We can't do anything other than, send up some planes and say, time to go back home. And eventually they do when they get close enough.
This is a major escalation. We should not accept this. We should be enraged and incensed. Iran has attacked the United States aircraft with aircraft. And Amir won't even denounce it. And he says he's an American citizen.
Denounce what?
Denounce Iranians attacking naval air destroyers.
Who sanctioned
they're firing
who did the attack on the nuclear facility? Was it Iran did the attack in America?
They call peace. They call it into the war. Everyone agreed.
You're just an idiot, man. Like, seriously, you can't even think outside the box. There's no logical argument here.
America was firing him. He said you're an American citizen. You're more loyal to the terrorists than you are to the citizen.
By the way. Anybody want to come up with some Palestine weekend, bro? There we go. Everybody's freaking screws loose. I went to the doctor. But yeah. What did you say, Palestine? I said, how are you, brother? I'm okay. I went to the doctor today, but, I'm okay. You're okay? Okay. Yeah, I'm just talking to this retard every day in, day out. Nothing changed. He doesn't want to change. Like, he's such an idiot. He impregnated some girl, some chick inside Israel, and then he said his mom's going to come over, and, maybe... he fornicated with someone. Not abiding by the Jewish law. Not abiding by the Jewish law. So do they stone you, Rabbi?
Amir, I would like to know, what kind of chicks goes and lays down with their rabbi? Is that doesn't sound like
I think you know the story, right, Rabbi?
She's imaginary. She's not.
I'm just saying, it doesn't sound like somebody you would introduce to your mom. Like, she laid down with the rabbi. It's not the first time she lays down with a rabbi.
He says his girlfriend is a supermodel.
If I was you, I would be worried, bro. I'd be laying down and crying.
He's imaginary.
She's saying the same thing to her rabbi.
It's not your business, really.
They only go after white chicks.
Bro, like if you try to wipe something up, like don't shoot somebody that will lay down with any man like that. It's not a good look. I agree with you. Just try to get somebody that at least wait until you're married. So you know she's a good girl. Can't make the whole housewife, It's kind of like that song, If she likes it, it makes you happy, man. Like some people like freaky chicks. You ain't got no kids yet. They don't even know if it's yours. If I was you, I would wait. Don't tell anybody. Get a DNA test, and then, then you can, start bragging. So until now, just lay down.
I'm not bragging.
I'll congratulate you, bro. I will. Yours first, bro. The next creation is. I don't want to see you on Maury. That's his name, right? Maury. Oh, you on a train, Rabbi? Do you get a senior discount on the train? I think he sits in the back of the bus, right? Yeah, he gets senior discount. You didn't pay for your ticket. English. Rabbi, you didn't pay for your ticket, man. Like, you need to. No, these guys going over there just hopping over them shits and buses illegally. Like, come on, bro. You already in a bad situation, man.
It's a major escalation.
You ready for the missiles? Is that what you're saying?
If that's what God wants.
Did you pack your bags? Anyway, ready?
Nobody's backing back.
The Pampers is ready. Everything ready?
I made for it. Not like you.
You couldn't even run. Dude, if somebody came and chased you, you'd die, bro.
I'm in that war like you don't know about that life.
Bro,
you know about your European life, a little comfy reality, you get headlines on the news.
look at this Caliban.
You get headlines on the news, you know.
Fresh Prince of
You go to protest, you know, you got your
Fresh Prince for television, bro. What's that guy? Uncle Phil. That's you, bro. Yeah, bro. You look like
bro. You don't know about support life. Fall back, bro. Fall back, bro. You don't know about support life, bro.
know what Israel was.
You know about that country life. You get high. You don't know about this world life.
I'm not even
that's what you think. That's what you think.
what I think. No,
You're not built like that.
You're not
built like that.
I'm slapping out off your head, bro.
Please.
I would.
Bro, come on, bro. You don't know about that world life. You don't know about that world life. That's too much. But you know what? I get it. You guys are diaspora. You're not in the middle of the creation of a new world. You guys watching it on the news. I'm living it. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the most central part of planet Earth.
You're still eating fried chicken.
I'm in the old city. I'm in the middle. I'm in the center of the universe.
You got some weirdo pregnant who's supposed to be.
You're a bus driver. You don't do anything.
Fair enough. But I'm in the center of the universe, and you guys are watching it. I'm living it. That's the difference.
You're in the back of a bus.
We were just attacked today. The United States was just attacked. Israel's on high alert. The country is vibrant. We're ready. We're ready for the Armageddon. Yeah, we're here.
You on that bus on the way to the shelter?
No. I'm walking in the old city, the city of David. Our ancestors.
You want to spend the night?
Yes, they are. The point is the same. You have no idea how beautiful all the thoughts are.
We do.
You got pictures. Look at the pictures. Look at the pictures. Enjoy. Put on your first lover.
account in the bank?
Mary, you're asking so many questions, man. Why you gotta know my personal details? Come on, so much.
Okay. The reason why, because me and the team looked into your credentials, right?
Yeah.
And your credentials are not in order, right?
Okay.
And it looks like we came to this conclusion that you got educated and became a rabbi from a street rabbi. Some street rabbi taught you.
What the hell's a street rabbi? What is a street rabbi?
Some idiot fuck off the street of Israel.
No, it was Captain Tazariak, right? Exactly. Right.
We looked into your credentials and you're running unlicensed yeshiva. Now, you're sitting over there inside Israel and you're educated with American Indians, right? In Africa too. So now, and you're not paying any tax to the Israeli economy. Right? Now, if you become a citizen, you have to pay tax.
Yeah, 100%.
So you're defrauding the Israeli government because by living over there, making money while you're inside Israel.
He's in the USE, but but I pay a ton of money.
This can implicate you. You know that, right? This can implicate you.
No, he doesn't pay any taxes.
Do you know this, Mordecai?
Hey, the keeping is like this.
Do you know one report needs to go to the Israeli government about your business inside, and you will get arrested.
Oh my God! Please don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. We're already good.
I'm just letting you know.
Hey, please don't.
Me and the boys looked into your file, right? And your file is full of a lot of problems.
Yeah, like your taxes. Your taxes is like showing like you're taking out there. I'm walking the center of the universe. Show respect. I'm the center of the universe. The fact you get to hear my voice. The fact you get to hear my voice. Dude, you know how blessed you are to hear my voice right now? You're on your way to the shelter. Wait. Behind me. Wait. No, I'm walking behind this. Let me have this chicken before I hit the shelter. I'm walking right to the task. You understand that? The fact you hear the vibrations of my voice. On your way to the shelter. You're running. I'm in the center of the universe, bro. Come on. Here you're running all the way. You're running. You're out of breath. You want to go to the shelter? I'm walking up the hill. Just make sure you had some chicken. It might be a last one here. Never know, bro. Hey, you know, wake up tomorrow. Go on my Instagram so you can see some pictures. Down to do it. Let me see all those chickens in the hospital.
34, 21, 36. $29, 47, 91. $82, 88, 25.
Hey, Rabbi, don't do that again, bro. Please, respect your privacy, okay? Because it's wrong at so many levels. Wow. Everyone's in the chat, they're writing a bunch of shit in Hebrew, so I can't understand. I'm sure they're probably talking smack about this woman and about me. You want to tell us what they're writing in the chat? Do you mind?
They're trashing you and writing bullshit. It's nothing. They're just
they're triggered.
trying to report to the Shabak or whatever.
Okay. It's not the first time, by the way, Daniel. It's not the first time. But anyways, Emerald, did you hear about this? That they shot down some, drone or something? The U.S. did this. The Iranian drone was shot by the U.S. warship. You heard about this?
I heard something, yeah, but we were mostly talking about there's a lot of things happening in the West Bank and Gaza to the Rafah and everything.
Yep. And no one was making the claim that they removed the occupation, they're not occupying it. I'm like, are you for real? I asked him to read it off ChatGPT. Even ChatGPT says he's an idiot, man. And he does it on purpose.
There was just an item on the evening news that, well, the excuse they used is that Hamas is using drones via Egypt to smuggle in weapons. So that means that Israel will have to deal with that and remain in Gaza for a few years. They basically declared it occupied. Nothing that we didn't know, right? We have satellite images of them building bases there for months now, so it's not exactly big. It's not exactly groundbreaking news.
I got you. So, how do you suggest we can offer therapy? The Zionists and the Pahlavi supporters.
I think that the biggest question is how do you get them to acknowledge reality and snap out of their God complex?
You want to come up, Daniel, and tell us what Daniel is asking? No? Hey, what's up, Base?
By the way, an 8-month-old baby died in north of Hebron about an hour ago from suffocation of tear gas.
It's crazy.
And there's some sort of special forces in Jericho. Something's happened in Jericho as well that we're not really sure. Oh, and by the way, Amir, I sent you the Wafa tweet, and they explain everything about the PLO election, and they actually give a detailed PLO, BA, Fatah, so everything we tried to figure out.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, it says latest news is woman and child killed by Israeli fire.
Oh, the mother died too.
In Gaza, yeah.
No, that's Gaza. That's something else. No, yeah. I'm talking about the baby in the West Bank.
The West Bank.
In Hebron.
Hebron, okay.
I think I saw kids reporting it about half an hour ago.
Yeah, there was Israeli colonists attacked miner in southern Hebron. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. About an hour ago, an 8-month-old baby died of tear gas suffocation.
Well, 1,872 attacks are perpetrated by Israeli occupation forces and colonists in January 2026.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The Ramallah, February 3, Wafa, the head of the Colonization and World Resistance Commission, Muaid Shaban, declared that the Israeli occupation carried out 1872 attacks during January 2026. Shaban pointed out in the monthly report of the Commission violations of the Israeli occupation state colonizers in the occupied Palestinian territories, that the Israeli occupation forces carried out 1,404 attacks while the colonizers carried out 468 attacks, and these violations were concentrated in Hebron Governorate, which witnessed 450 attacks, followed by Ramallah and El Beiri Governorate, which was subjected to 374 attacks, and the Nablus Governorate, where 328 attacks were recorded. Meanwhile, 201 attacks were recorded in Jerusalem. These people are fucking sick as fuck. And in Hebron, they even destroyed the distribution of the damage was as follows: 715 trees in Hebron, 245 trees in Ramallah, House, in addition to the Israeli occupation, destroyed 151,000 tobacco seedlings belonging to citizens in Jenin Governorate. Wow.
Good for everybody that wants to tweet from the Palestinian government about the elections of the PLO.
And then the Twitter link that you just texted me, okay. Mahmoud Abbas issued a presidential decree calling on the Palestinian people, both in the homeland and in the diaspora, to participate in the elections of the Palestinian National Council on November 1st, 2026. We're going to have to wait and see.
I think you may get excited about this, but I just worked out a thing with a Jewish organization in the United States. Does all this like anti-Semitism stuff from Congressman in America. And I'm actually doing a virtual tour to different universities that I'm going to talk to African American and Latino students about the concept of answering questions and just basically telling them the perspective from spiritual perspective. So I think we're excited about that.
What I actually want to see, I want to see you, that Ariel character, right, and any of the, freeloaders that are living inside Israel to come back to the U.S. The reason why, because that state, right, it's not for you. You have a U.S. passport, and, you don't get ability as, just because you converted to Judaism, you have the right to go to Ali and get citizenship. I want you to come back to Los Angeles. You still have time. Just come back to Los Angeles. I've been telling you this for the past 7 or 8 months now. You still have time. Just come back.
Yeah, you should do it before
you don't run any business. You're making money virtually.
I teach.
Oh, you teach virtually. You can do it out of Los Angeles.
No.
I'll help you find more clients. Okay.
So you're not listening. I teach in yeshiva here in the country. Every morning I teach here.
Or you could teach them in yeshiva here in Los Angeles.
No, I teach here in Jerusalem.
You can teach them here. You can convert to people to Judaism. Teach them, educate them. Some of these people, they need education.
I don't do conversion.
Okay, forget the conversion. You can teach them here in Los Angeles.
Amir, my kids are going to go up here.
We can set up a synagogue in Crenshaw or wherever the fuck you live.
Crenshaw.
Or Compton. I live in Compton. Maybe you can set up a fucking thing in Compton. No, he's got a property in Crenshaw, but not you.
I don't know, man. Either way.
He told me himself he's got a property in Crenshaw.
He's got property in other places too.
Yeah, you have property. Back up on both Canadian and American, 2 passports. We can open up a little small, mini synagogue or, the teaching place, and you can teach them. We can get a little place. It's like $500 a month. $500 a month, you can invite people to learn about, the Judaism.
I'm here for talking about.
I'm sorry, stop saying racist shit in the chat, otherwise I will kick you out. Just like the N-word, I don't allow any racist racial slurs, okay? Last warning. Because I don't like racist shit, right? In my room, I'm trying to keep it clean all the way.
Anyways, the key point is, if you lived in Israel and you saw how beautiful it is, how beautiful the people are, you wouldn't go want to be in America. I'm just saying, so if you saw beautiful Israel and beautiful people, and not people like this in Rose Lake, but like the normal Israelis, the normal people that love their country and love other Jews, that dynamic, you wouldn't want to leave. This is the best. The wine is amazing, the food's amazing, the energy's amazing. You're in the center of the most holy place in the entire world.
What about
ones that are here now, or the ones that are
No, the ones that live in Gaza.
Okay.
The ones that live in the West Bank, the ones that live in East Jerusalem, the ones that live in Lebanon, the ones that live inside Egypt, the ones that live in, Jordan, the ones that live in, Syria. There's a
What's your question?
My question is, why can they not allowed to come back and live over there, just like you live? You just converted to Judaism 20 years ago now.
Yeah,
Right? But these people, they don't have to convert. They are from that land. They're native.
I know, but they got conquered.
No, they did not get conquered. They were forcefully ethnically cleansed out of their villages.
That's called being conquered.
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
That's not. Conquer meaning you conquer the land, you allow the people that are living on the land to coexist.
No, not if they're hostile.
Yes.
That's not reality.
Okay, that's not reality.
No, I'm just saying, that's not reality. The people got conquered, they lost their war, they got whatever you want to call it. They're not here.
But the war, it wasn't a war. 47 wasn't a war.
What was it?
47 wasn't a war. It was a partition plan. They came up with a partition plan.
Who came up with it?
The UN came up with it.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with Jews.
Who was on the UN?
Humans.
The US.
Okay, but those are third parties. That's not Israel.
Do you know what US did?
It's not Israel.
Okay, Harry is true, man. Received.
We know the story.
Received letter bombs in 1946.
Fine.
Okay. Hold on. He was part of the UN partition line. He twisted other countries by telling them we're going to stop your aid or whatever bullshit to be part of the UN partition plan.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was a lot of pressure coming in from in America, locally, there were blockade groups and whatnot.
Okay. That had nothing to do with the Jewish people. They're just bystanders of the scenarios.
No, okay, so it was a recommendation. It wasn't like a mandatory thing.
Well, if
it wasn't mandatory, what was the need to build a state?
The point is the same.
What was the need to create a state? Why couldn't they coexist?
You asked a question.
After the white papers came out, Arabs, they did not do any attacks. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. After the fucking white papers came out, there was no skirmishes. The only thing that we were seeing was the Jewish militias attacking British men.
Why does this matter?
It doesn't matter because every time I talk about this, it freaking bothers me. What was the fucking need to create a Jewish state in the first place?
God wanted it to happen.
God did not want it. But atheists and all these people that didn't believe in God.
He used them. He still used them.
He's an idiot, man, for real.
Put this way, if religious people started the country, there wouldn't be a country. It only is a country because secular, non-religious Jews who said they wanted a city, they wanted a metropolitan, a functional system. That's why you need to have an atheist, non-religious, communist, almost socialist-minded Jews build a country, because it wouldn't be a country if religious people did it. They didn't know how to build countries. They know how to pray. God knows what he's doing. He chooses the right people to fulfill the task.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm John Kitover.
I'm saying, you're not hearing what I'm saying. The religious part of the Jewish world does not know how to build a nation state. They don't know how to build a military. They don't know how to build academics. No, they didn't. It was the non-religious who knew how to do that. There would be no Israel if it wasn't for non-religious. They made the whole thing happen. They were godly. It was godly. God used them.
So if they were godly, then what was the need to create a Jewish state?
The reason why they created a Jewish state because God used them as instruments to build the foundation for the religious Jews.
So they were told by God to ethnic cleanse the villages, right?
Yeah.
Okay. God, first of all, you don't believe in God, and God all of a sudden told the people that are atheists, agnostics, that you don't by my word, right? You don't believe in me or whatever. That you guys still gotta do it.
There's a book in Judaism called the Book of Yehoshua ben Nun. That's the person who succeeded Moses, right? The next in line after Moses was the guy Yehoshua ben Nun. Yehoshua ben Nun that came into Israel with the people. When they came into the land, God told them to wipe out everybody. So this isn't even that. This is like a few villages, right? So I was just saying, like, when the Jews come into the land, okay, but it's in the Torah.
It was 400 or 500, and some of them they left out of fear because they were told, because they saw what was happening to their brothers and other religions.
44, 75, 78.
It's not the same thing.
King David dealt with politics. King Solomon was a master politician.
78.
Yeah, but that goes back. But they're prophets. But they're prophets.
None of them are religious.
Was David a prophet?
75, 78.
Okay, was David a prophet?
Bro, we're talking about this is not a religious group. It's not about religion.
I'm saying to you, the prophets were also political. That's my
Every
point.
time these people they get stuck, they want to pull the religious card, man.
What I'm saying is that you guys are fighting against, with ideas that were written by another man. So a man has been manipulating everything.
This is my God. This is my God. This is my God.
No, there shouldn't be religion. There shouldn't be anything religion.
It's not prophecy. It's not prophecy. My God.
Manipulators.
It's my God.
And man, everything is made by man is to manipulate. It's to manipulate somebody else to believe something.
God is
There are benefits. You got funding.
God is
I
No, it's not.
understand the point of view. With information that somebody else wrote for you guys to believe on.
Even the God in
Point.
even
Do you understand
even the Quran is
something a little more deeper than that?
Hey, bro. Last one, if I kick you down, we'll kick you down.
As an attorney, I fight for people.
I warned you about this. Stop talking about religion.
I'm not. It says it in the Quran.
You are. No, it's not. It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Of course it's not going to be ready.
No, it doesn't.
I read it.
Yeah, I read it. We went back and forth with that Persian lawyer the other day, and he got cooked pretty bad.
What did he say?
He got cooked. Your best friend. He's a Persian Zionist.
I know.
Yes.
Anyways, the point is just saying, the simple point is, I love you. I love all the people in the world.
I don't know.
And we need to come together for peace.
Yes.
Part of peace is Hamas disarming themselves and never coming up with what that you should though. God's creation. It's like you are. You should love God's creation. Anyways, long story short, we gotta make peace, and we gotta bring peace to the Middle East. The good Arabs that are in Israel need to fight against the evil and the wicked, which is Hamas and PA and PLO. And you see a better reality here. Everybody wants peace. Iran today attacked the United States and tried to kill American soldiers. That's it. You don't do that to Trump.
Alright. Hey, what's up, Morning? You wanna say something, Morning? She left. Okay. What's up with the agenda? Did you wanna speak? Any Pallavi supporters would like to come up? You're welcome to come on up. This is a therapy room at the end of the day, right? Right now, me talking to Black Rabbi, he just offering us some therapy. That's about it. He's trauma dumping on us, right?
After you're done talking to Black Rabbi, I need some very strong drugs and recommendations.
I know. I need some as well after doing
It's not kind of it.
even the yesterday room, I had to go to therapy, this morning.
It's not kind of you, Jimmy. He's trying to bring peace together.
I still think you still have some redeemable value somehow.
Number one, we talk about peace and love, and
Just go. Let's touch your face with some falafel sandwiches, okay? You said you were just walking by your King David Hotel?
No, it was walking down the road.
Oh, okay. So the place for you to go to and stuff your face with some falafel sandwiches, but it's too late, I guess.
I went to a class on lunch.
Daniel, I didn't know you believe in Mega. You believe in Mega? No, you left. Yeah. Mega, they came up with a new thing. Have you heard about it? Make Iran great again. Noam, I want to ask you a question. Did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? No.
Your eyes are getting heavy.
Noam, did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? Noam, pick up the phone. No. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yes, Rabbi. What do you want to say? Any Iranians want to come up? We can have some, one Iranian and one this Zionist come back. Alright, and we can therapy as well. You should be called out. You should be called out of your name every time. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to concede to anything. Why don't you concede? Why don't you say yes? We fucked up. We should not have done this.
So anyway, this came out 3 hours ago. It says an American
I like to listen to it.
shot down. Why are you saying?
I guess hello, that's it. I just said hello. That's it.
They bothered my voice. I told you that man is alone.
You're a powerful man.
Even Daniel, he gets triggered by your voice.
Oh, God. I was very interested in what Black Rabbi had to say.
You heard about the attack that has happened, Edward?
No, what happened?
Yeah, the Times News was reporting on this. Apparently, America shot down some drone that came from Iran.
Oh, wow. They're doing war games right next to each other. Iran is doing war games right next to the Abraham Lincoln. Iran has their carriers literally right next to them. And I don't know what psychologically what they're trying to achieve or the message they're sending, but yeah, they're literally decided to do war games right there. So
It's not gonna work out.
no, you think they're gonna destroy all of Iran for a drone?
No, they're gonna destroy all of them. They're check out the machine. So I'm making it one better.
Oh, how come they haven't done so? They've been there for what is that? 1 week or 2 weeks, huh? I can't talk on it because, like you said, I'm an American citizen. I'm Palestinian, and I'm not an actual, I'm not a real American like you.
People. Okay, that's true, but I'm saying it's still as almost an American.
It's almost an American.
A passport holder.
It's almost an American. A Canadian.
Let's see how it goes very quick.
It was funny. That was very, very funny.
These numbers are everywhere. The point is, as a person with an American passport, how do you know the meeting to do this all week? U.S. Naval Club.
Where's that? Bars are fried. Drop the weight on my foot. I didn't fire it on.
They fired a drone to kill American soldiers.
He just made this up.
No, that's what happened to them.
No, I don't think they. Let me check on this. I don't think they fired an attack drone. I think they had a.
Hurry up and catch up.
Yeah. Let me catch up.
Passport, bro. My brother, you did get married.
He says he's so reminded. That's the alert you're always on.
You got married and she left you, right? without even getting married to it. So does an passport grow? Meaning if it's first wife or second wife?
Good evening, I'm John Kitover with the news. Here's what's happening this.
I think we could use passport grow, especially Black Rubber multiple times. Yeah, you're just an idiot, man. I hope you're able to look after her because I don't think you're making enough money out of that unlicensed yeshiva.
I'm never going to pray for you.
I'm not going to pray for you.
Why not?
I would actually pray that may God curse you until you come back to America.
So you'll never walk away.
Did you just say that?
No way.
Okay, that's good. It's not a witchcraft, it's a curse. No, that's a curse. These type of people. So this thing happened with the Iran thing, and we have the what else I shared in the chat earlier today. Oh yeah, Israel and Azerbaijan. They signed artificial intelligence MOU in Jerusalem. So let's see what happens with that. And then you had the Erdogan meets with MBS in Saudi Arabia ahead of the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. Apparently Erdogan is working, trying to mediate between Iran and America. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at drone thing. It doesn't say it was. It says it's a Shahed drone, but which is an attack drone. But it did. I'm asking right now. Why would Iran send one drone? And the U.S. used an F-35 to shoot down that drone, which is crazy. We don't have any drone technology.
This is a major explosion.
So I asked him. So appreciate it. Okay. GPT says intelligence gathering. Why else would you send one drone? And also, Iran was harassing a oil tanker that came out of the Straits of Hormuz. But at the same time, diplomatic negotiations are still ongoing. But I wouldn't trust that this is an attack drone, though. That's the thing.
It was.
I wouldn't trust it. No, I wouldn't trust that because.
Why would you send any drone?
That's right. They have drones for intelligence in the air.
Why would you fire that at towards an information? Why would you do that?
I don't think it was fired at them directly, but it got too close.
Hi guys, hi Edward. Hi guys. Hi guys. No, that's different. Hi guys.
Hey, it's my friend.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Where is she? Here she is, yeah.
Oh my God. What's up, ladies?
threatening.
Yeah, it was. It was coming aggressively. It was an act of war.
If one old ass Saeed is threatening,
You do not throw pebbles at your daddy. Okay? You do not throw pebbles at your daddy. You will have to pay for that. They want war. They want to risk the line. This is where they're at right now. Okay? These people are genocidal. They have no regard for human life. They killed 40,000 of their own citizens in broad daylight. And now they're firing.
The U.S. says it did not have clear. They didn't have any clear intent of the drone. So that's contradictory to.
No, it's not clear. They said they don't have clear intent. They have somewhat intent, but it's not clear.
They have positive.
Yeah, but they just if they accept that it's an act of war, that this is the beginning of all new reality.
It's not an act of war. It's one old drone, which I'm pretty sure that it was a surveillance drone, which they have.
Trump wants peace. Americans want peace. The Israelis want peace. Okay.
Oh, really?
Fighting us.
We want them to get rid of this ballistic missile program. We want them to completely denuclearize.
Shut up, you. Stop lying. Israel wants peace there.
Israel wants peace.
77,000 people. I'm sure the number is
Most of them were Hamas.
Stop lying.
Most of them were Hamas.
You're such a liar.
Everyone wants peace. America wants peace.
Yes, we want
For the
peace.
past what?
Yeah,
70 years, America wants the war.
You don't have to trust. This is what we want.
The
We
only
just want
person
peace.
that used nuclear, what's it called? This what is it called?
The law.
The bomb in Japan.
The hydrogen bomb, yeah.
Nuclear bomb.
And that was a long time ago. And the point is,
Every single president for the past 50 years went to war. Stop lying.
Obama was known as the.
Hold on, guys. One thing, we all owe Lelouch an apology. She was right yesterday in regards to the PLO elections. They posted and they posted on their website a very long clarification, and she was right. It includes everybody, everyone, everywhere. They are very, very clear about it. So Lelouch was wrong. So we were all schooled by a 23-year-old brilliant young woman.
This is what I was trying to tell you.
He's 17, and Rose is 17 or 18.
Nice speaking. So there's a reason why Palestinians from America travel to the West Bank or to other countries in order to vote in PLO elections. Like my dad is somebody who travels back and forth between the West Bank. Why? Because he wants to be able to vote with these elections. In July of 2025, my dad went, and within a week of getting there, the PLO disannounced their elections. So PLO just announced their elections. So, but anyways, that's okay, guys.
That's okay. To Baskin this for a bit. You told us all. Also, it's a good thing to read because it's very specific about when they're having the PA election, the Fatah primary, and the PLO. So it puts everything in order.
It's over.
Why are you talking? You're not interested.
Why are you talking to me, freaking loser?
Because he's a pick me, and it has to be about him. I'm trying to actually have a productive conversation.
You're the one who encrypted her Black Rabbit.
Yeah, when I came in the room, you were talking about you couldn't get your drone up.
Sent him down.
I moved him down.
You're neither an Israeli or a Palestinian, so shut the fuck up, Black Rabbit. Sorry, guys.
for my language. Generally, but I think like that you guys need to like start advocating for people to participate in this PLO election. I think it's like this is like Israel's one of their main objective is to prevent Palestinian unity and a Palestinian voice, and I think this is a really good opportunity. Just like, that's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, I was looking into how you get nominated for a position.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, I'm looking into it. I always go.
One of you guys can get nominated.
I would nominate like myself. Like even if I could. I mean, I don't think they would choose me for anything or I get any votes, but just to say I did something, because
Well, Mr.
Not if you support the sexual assault.
Oh, here we go.
But the thing is that even participating is putting an example, leading by example. Palestinians are a pluralistic democratic society that can have multiple opinions and still, make decisions in a united way. It's extremely important.
Yeah, taking part in the process is important to me. But Jendib, though, what do you think? Jendib, we're talking about the PNC.
Yeah, so I'll let you know that if you want to run for local elections and
No, the PNC. The PLO's, the Palestinian National Council.
I'm just going to let you know what our, esteemed PA President Mahmoud Abbas did. He signed executive orders so anyone who would want to run for elections have to sign off on agreeing to the terms of the PLO being the representative of the Palestinian people, meaning that you have to say the Oslo Accords are okay, everything the PLO did or whatever the PA is doing is you have to comply with those laws. Now the PNC is a different ballgame, a different story. I don't know what the mechanisms for electing at the PNC is.
They're above the PLO, the council. And they have the council.
Can I ask you a question? If you could change, like replace the PLO, how would you change it? What would you change and what would you put in place to represent the Palestinian voice?
Dissolve this whole entity. Dissolve it, like get rid of it and have the younger generation, the younger people run for office.
Is it the system, the way the system is built, or the people that are currently
No, it's pretty much how the system is built and how it has,
Can I ask what is wrong in your opinion from the system?
Well, the PLO does not represent every Palestinian. That's one. Two, the system itself has been set up in such a way where it's just another little dictatorial, regime amongst the Palestinians. And we have this character Abbas, who is propped by the Israelis and the Americans, sitting on his chair and extremely corrupt. It's just another dictatorial Arabic government.
Your perception was the PLO always like this, like from the day it was born?
No.
So when did it shift? I'm genuinely curious. It's not from a judgmental or anything. I've never gotten a chance to ask and see
After the Oslo Accords, pretty much, they did not come from the people who were, running the show in amongst the Palestinians in the West Bank are people who did not live amongst the Palestinians. The local Palestinians were staying on the sideline, and the whole system was set up by, Dayton, the Dayton of, the General Dayton. So they replicated a repressive system in which the Palestinians...
So you feel Arafat never represented you?
As an elected person, really no. I mean, he represented the PLO. The PLO represented every Palestinian. Yeah, it has been.
It's supposed to, right?
Yeah, but the PLO is supposed to be a transient organization in which things have to move on after the Oslo Accord, the so-called Oslo Accord.
Oh, okay. okay, I get what you mean. So you mean you feel like they used the fact that they were there for a temporary, and they okay,
and things were moving along in 2006. Before that, there were local elections, and we had the legislature, like a parliament, and people voted those people in. But then, right after 2006, it was decimated. Most of its members were arrested by Israel, and Abbas came and pretty much dissolved the Abbas mandate.
Do you feel that their objection to the disengagement played a part in that?
What do you mean, objection?
The PA objected to the unilateral disengagement from Gaza, right? They thought it was done over their head and that it's not done, that it's a trap. Do you think that their objection to it, they contributed to them losing support?
Yeah, because
it perceived as a political move against Hamas at the end of it.
Right, because they were, Hamas is what Hamas is, and they were engaged in doing horrible shit in the Gaza Strip, and that's why how Hamas came to power. I do not support Hamas. I'm not a big fan of Hamas as an ideological movement. I don't like their ideology. I wouldn't vote for them. They don't represent me. I'm always at odds with their ideology. But Palestinians do not have full representation. Whatever agency we have, they definitely do not represent the Palestinian people.
But that was always the case, right? It was part of the main thing they always tried to do is make sure Palestinians don't have a voice.
Right, but in 2000 there were elections, which were decent elections, but the issue with that is the Hamas won the majority in the legislation in the parliament, and that was to this lady with the Americans and the Israelis. I always thought, okay, you put them in power, let them form a government. They're gonna fail, vote them out. 4 years later, you can vote them out, but if you're from the region, you see how those little dictatorial Arab leaders, how they function, how things go with them. And the PA has been a total disastrous failure. There's just a bunch of corrupt fuck-ups who just want to line their pockets.
Do you feel there's a prominent Palestinian voice that you feel you would elect as a leader?
Say that again. Say that again.
Is like somebody that you support, whether it's Barghouti or God forbid Daslan, or but is there somebody that you would stand behind as a representative?
There are plenty of Palestinians.
Who would be your top candidate?
I would. But we're still under the occupation, right? So it has to be.
It's more.
I like Barghouti. I like other people who are, they don't have to be, those, militant people, or they can be just anyone.
Do you think that there's any chance that there will be a support for Zacharias baby?
Support for who?
Zacharias baby.
No, I don't think so. No. I support wide support as an
if he decided to go back into politics, do you think he would gain support?
I don't think so. He's I don't know if people here know who he is, but I don't think
I'll tell you why I asked. I was really surprised that, because when they released a lot of the hostages, the Palestinian hostages, the powerful names were mostly released to foreign countries, right, to Egypt or Turkey. But for some reason, they allowed Zacharias baby back in the West Bank, and that's a guy that has leadership potential, right? And I thought that means that they're about to go after him again, because usually when they don't want somebody out, they let him out to a place where they can capture him back again a few months later. But they seem to be leaving him alone, and I'm wondering if something's up there, because he's a recognized name, at least
He might be recognized. He might be
prison break thing.
Yeah, but he might be
He has like
recognized.
star quality.
He might be a recognized name amongst the Israelis, probably, but he's not that much of a recognized.
Really? Like with the whole prison break thing, he didn't get like a lot of clout.
Yeah, popular, thing, but I don't see him to be to have the qualities of leading the Palestinians. I don't really care who runs for office. It's just we don't need another Abbas. We don't need a corrupt piece of shit character. We just need someone from the neighborhood, from amongst us, who can can navigate things through. But you know how hard it is to be leading a Palestinian under the Israeli occupation, because we're not a free people. I mean, I don't really care.
I know. Taking any type of leadership is taking a risk with your life. Israel loves to take down anybody that has any type of clout in Palestine.
Right. So imagine this guy you mentioned, Zakaria. Imagine him being winning elections amongst the Palestinians. Do you think Israel is just going to say, "Oh, okay, yeah, let's come and talk to him"? They're just going to kill him overnight. It's like it's a given that he will be eliminated.
That's exactly why it didn't make sense to me, because he has that star quality, I think. But maybe I was
star quality, yes. Does he have leadership? Well, I don't know. I mean, he could be. I don't know him very well, but I know he broke out of jail.
He was one of the names I expected Israel would want to exile. That it wouldn't want him.
He's still. They kept him. They did not ditch him out of the country.
Which was very weird. Like all the other big names, they kicked out.
Yeah, they kicked out a few people. Yes, I know. I never really thought about that. I never thought why they kept him around.
Right, but do you get why it's bothering me? It feels like it's too fishy. It feels like we're missing something.
Yeah, I do know.
They don't. It wasn't a coincidence, These are the type of things that Israel does for a reason.
Possible, very possible.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Maybe we got a little bit too detailed on stuff.
These elections here are for the council over the PLO, and they help form the direction or set the agenda for the PLO. So there are new people that come on board. I think it would have a large effect on the entire organization before you even get to PA elections up on the ground. Especially if we can get, a decent amount of people from, it looks like half the people are from the diaspora and half are from within Palestine. So it's set up. I wonder if Connecticut had one.
Well, what happens? Moment of silence. Okay.
Something's weird with my thing here.
Rabbi's still in the audience. He's just annoying orange man. But let's see what happens with elections. I hope they allow the collection of the results from Easter soon, because Israel is just something else.
Why do I have a hand raised queue? I'm not a mod.
But you are Edward.
The Great.
You are the Great.
But yesterday too in a different room, and the app always ends up crashing. Let me put myself down. I'm gonna put myself down and bring myself up. Oh wow, I can't even click on my name. Okay, let me get out. I plan to move to Gaza with my family.
Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Really? You're just a bad person.
What are you talking about?
You're just a fucking bad person.
What are you talking about? You're self-righteous. You think you're on some like righteous trip because you're like.
Do you know that yesterday? Do you know that when people returned to Gaza yesterday, and one of the situations, a little girl was coming back with her family, and IDF refused to allow her to take her toy with her. The only thing she brought with her, and she was literally crying her little heart out, begging for the toy back, and they said no. But you want to go to the vile, you're such a piece of shit.
Emerald, this is how fucking vile these fuckers are. The one little thing that this little has is her toy, a piece of solace, and takes it away. Listen, you black fucking rabbi bitch, shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you? I called you Black Rabbi. Isn't that your fucking name? I said Black fucking Rabbi bitch.
She was crying so hard. She just wanted her fucking toy.
The one thing that somebody has, they want to.
It's more than that, though. They feed off of children's fear.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. It's like gas for them. Clearly, Black Rabbi didn't care about children, or he would have wifed up his pregnant girlfriend, right?
Yeah, it's true. He turned the conversation completely. And we took a moment to acknowledge how vile people are. But then again, this guy's a Trump supporter too.
You know where you're wrong, Warning? To them, they're not children. They're not human.
No, they are. They are children. They target children. They target children. You wouldn't have snipers. You were arguing this point the other day about a sniper who had bullets in a child's head.
You're not listening to me.
They target children. No, I'm hearing you, but you're not going to downplay what it is. They target children specifically. So please, when you speak about children and Zionists attacking children, it is children that they're after. They don't care about adults or anything like that. It's the children, obviously, or else they wouldn't arrest children for throwing rocks.
Okay, but you don't. What I was trying to explain is that they don't view them as human children. They view them
What
as
you're trying to explain is something that it's not, and they are targeting children. That's fine that you believe what you believe, but what I've seen and what I've heard and what I've been researching lately is they're targeting children specifically. Why? Because they're innocent. They have no sin, right? Oh, the sin is throwing a rock? Yeah, right. They want to steal that innocence. They want to harvest their fear. They're doing satanic rituals with innocent children. And according to Oprah, letting Oprah, do Oprah's thing, there was this problem way back in the 80s. And people were not talking about it, and it was silenced. And it's interesting how quickly things get silenced, and people get paid to keep their mouth shut. It's really important that we acknowledge that Zionists are targeting children. So thank you, Emerose, for saying that they don't see them as children, but they do. They target them. They have a big target on their back, and snipers are actually shooting them in the head. You argued this point. Matter of fact, how do you feel about that, B-Rabbit, Mr. Black Rabbi? How do you feel about that woman going on Oprah and talking about how Jewish people were sacrificing children and eating them? And how do you feel about the Epstein files that talks about children being ate with cream cheese? How do you feel about that?
put yourself into the crazy part. You're a crazy person just saying these things.
Yeah, we're only crazy until someone actually shows proof of it, right? Go search the Epstein files yourself.
Support this movement, right? And it's easy to blame Jews, pick on the minority, the smallest group.
You know what? You know when to gaslight me? You're not going to do that. Because the funny thing is that you try to twist people's words to make yourself look good when all you've done is denounced your own country, America, right, where you're from, your American blood in your veins, and now you're over there trying to act holier than thou, holier than your own freaking community. So let me ask you a question, since you won't answer that as scientists do. Who do you choose? Martin Luther King or Malcolm X?
Netanyahu.
Yeah, exactly.
Netanyahu is probably one of the greatest leaders of his generation. World leaders, and he's saving more Muslim lives than any man probably ever walked face of this earth. He's destroying all the enemies of Islam.
You know, people like you are gonna have hell to pay when you talk about your Messiah comes, right? You know, it's interesting because when the karma comes, we'll see who's left. And if it's not in this realm, it'll be when you die, and you'll face your maker. You will face your maker, and you will be weighed by the salt that you have endured for other people's tears. And the more you talk, the more you sound ridiculous. And it's disgusting. People like you are allowed to have this platform.
No witchcraft. Please stop it. No witchcraft. All we want is Israel and Satan.
Okay, you said all that. At what cost, though? At what cost? You're just okay with children dying? You're okay with the genocide? So that what, your Messiah can come back and let everyone else perishes because you're better than everybody else? It's you with your down your nose judging people. You're sick, you're demonic, and I pray for you because you will have hell to pay. Trust me, you will have hell to pay.
Thank you for praying for me. I appreciate that. The point is saying, if you believe in God and you believe in peace on earth, you'll be demanding that Hamas is removed from...
The funny thing is you spew that propaganda, Hamas. You miss me with that bullshit. Okay? It's used as a manipulation for the people. And clearly you're delusional and manipulated for who you are and what you stand for and every word out of your dick. You're fake, you're delusional, and you're crazy. You're just crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. B-Rabbit in its finest glory. The fact that you're okay with your own child growing up without a father, right? Yeah. So much for your family values, right?
Why are you attacking me personally?
Attacking you? Oh, suddenly you feel attacked because we're talking about your sin, right? Is he without sin shall cast the first stone? You know what? Your narrative is getting weaker and weaker the more you talk and the more people are aware of what's real. Because these Epstein files that are coming out, it won't be long. It won't be long. There will be a revolution here in America. And there will be a revolution that pulls the rug out from underneath you. And then the Zionists that are controlling all this and puppeteering all this, what is that for the innocent Jewish people that actually believe in what they believe in? Because there is a difference. There is a huge difference. Because I met with a woman with a tattoo on about people of color who are Jewish and how it's interesting to her that they believe the narrative because we've talked about you. She's heard about you, and she thinks that it's funny to her because in their belief, what you were talking about, you're crazy. You're crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. And the fact that you believe your own narrative just makes it even more dangerous. And there it is, the plug, because it's all about money to you people, right? All you care about is money and real estate. And the fact that you yourself are talking about living in Gaza with your family.
I'm going to bring peace.
Bring peace.
Yeah.
What does peace even mean to you?
Just like Martin Luther King did.
What does peace even mean to you? Oh, okay, there it is. Circling back. So you chose up. You chose up. That's okay. It's all about the money. But guess what? Money can't buy you into heaven, bro. You can't buy your way into heaven. You can't manipulate God. So think about that when you go to bed. Think about the fact that you can't manipulate God when you pass over and when you die. You will be rolling over in your grave because the funny thing is you think you know everything and you think you're right, but you'll be weighed, bro. Salt and tears. You'll be weighed.
Like I said, we're going to fix this issue. We just need to get rid of Hamas. They need to disarm.
Stop the propaganda. Stop the bullshit. Stop the lies. Talk about what it really is. It's about real estate and resources. Nobody cares about your I bring peace. Whatever, bro.
Bro, listen, we need to disarm Israel. You crazy?
That's never going to happen. So figure out another strategy.
Yeah, so why they saying they're gonna honor Hamas? And they will never do that. They can't even do that.
A lot more people are going to die then.
What?
So a lot more people are going to die.
Yes, people win the war.
Well, the whole solution is disarming Israel.
Hold on for it.
Yeah, you might win this battle, but we will win the war. Black Russians.
There's going to be a lot of people, Hamas people that are going to die every day.
Hamas is not people. Hamas is more than just that. We're all Hamas. We're all Yeah, I hope so. Me and I hope my future kids as well.
Yeah, you're from Iraq. But the point is the same.
You don't have to divide us. We're all one.
You live in a fantasy. You wish you're Palestinian.
I wish I was in Palestine to come and kick your balls. You don't have balls, sorry.
Why are you being violent?
Shut the fuck up, Black Russian.
We're speaking about violence, man. You're crazy.
No, but she's talking about violence towards me. I'm like a pure angel.
A pure angel?
Yeah.
You're a computer agent.
Anyways, the point is the same. One piece in that region, tell Hamas to disarm. That's all you gotta do.
No, Hamas will disarm.
And all Hamas immediately.
You know, no, listen. Tell IDF disarm immediately.
Alright, so more people are gonna die, I guess, unfortunately.
Yeah, people is gonna die.
There won't be enough.
On both sides, though.
In the past 2 years, they killed, 71,000 people, if not more. But believe me, just in 2025, we've had 60,000 newborn babies. Just in Gaza, so.
Okay, so there you go.
Don't worry.
Yeah, keep slaughtering the children.
Coming out, folks. I know I look like a cross.
Headed to the polls today for Ohio's March primary. The city you have the choice to stop killing people.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first.
You said 71,000 people died.
You killed, not died. Were killed.
No, you said, guess what? 60,000 babies were killed.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm worried about
2025.
This is how sick your culture is.
No, this is how we survive. We're resistant. We survive.
You want your
We
children
survive. We survive.
You want your children to die, so you have
No, we don't want our children to die, but
If you're going to kill our children, we're going to have more children.
Okay, well, this is your simple Arab logic, and I get it. And just know, the most unsophisticated American is more smarter than all your people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys are barbarous. You want to see your children die.
No, you're killing our children. You want to see our children die. You say our children are not innocent. You say children are Hamas.
You're trying to be terrorists.
No, we're not training anyone to be terrorists. We're training everyone to be resistant.
And to hate Jews and to hate America, and you call it resistance.
Just a second. I don't know if Amir is here. Rhea, Bia. I cannot invite you again. I've already invited you multiple times. Let me see.
He's also this one.
Hold on. Let me. Everyone not needed. Okay, you can try to come up now. See if you can. Rhea, Bia. It's the app because I turned off hand raising. You can just come up.
She's not that smart. She's hard for her to work technology. She's an older woman.
Yeah, I'm 33. I'm like half your age. Black Russians.
No, you're not half my age.
I'm half your age.
I would never date a girl your age. Just so you know.
I would never date a stupid person like you. You're a moron. You're a clown. I would never date a clown like you. And I'm married. Don't worry.
You have gray hairs. He's sick of you. It's clear.
I have gray hair?
Yeah.
Even if I had gray hair, what's wrong with having gray hair? Your mom has gray hair. I'm not old. Did you see my gray hair?
Do you know why the black rabbi doesn't look in the mirror in the morning?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
He'd be scared.
Yeah, he gets very, very scared.
Yeah.
You're too ugly, dude. Rabbi, you're too ugly. You really are ugly. You know you're ugly, right?
Hey, but Black my question. Hey, how you doing, Fire? Amir? I'm doing good. Like, Rabbi, here's my question. What's the point of provocation towards the Palestinians when the people that you're representing don't even like those Jewish motherfuckers do not like black people? Okay. And obviously, they have those black people over there in fucking nuclear plants and shit, bro. Like, anything beyond the River Jordan, like, they're doing them pretty dirty, right? But for whatever reason, it just seems like you're identifying with the people that's oppressing your people. Can you explain to me why?
Bro, understand at the end of the day, you need to repent in front of God for speaking 66 about the Jewish people. You need to repent immediately.
So coming out, folks, I know I look like a cross between a newborn and a retired biker. It's the only combo that comes with its own sunscreen. I was recording a video in the shower earlier because that's where all great decisions happen, and someone messaged me. So coming out, folks, I know I look like a cross between a newborn and a retired biker. It's the only combo that comes with its own sunscreen. I was recording a video in the shower earlier because that's where all great decisions happen, and someone...
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first voting machine with a built-in calculator.
Headed to the polls today for Ohio's March primary at the Cedar Ridge Community Center. Volunteers are making sure things run smoothly. Among them, two neighbors who say serving as election candidates is their way of giving back. Our job is to check IDs headed to the polls.
Coming out, folks, I know I look like...
I'll start at 200 for the old voting machine. 250, just 300 even.
I'm out.
Speaks with us with he may have lobby issues.
Unicorn is in the day.
Has a recording that may not come out, so we're not talking to you, Black Rabbit. Thank you. Back to Fire, my sweet princess. Let's not talk to this scumbag. So that's what's happened. He's actually very, very down. Just completely downtrodden. He has nothing going for himself. So every time a female speaks, it triggered him. Either he wishes he was us. Because he's not so feminine. I think he does.
Yeah.
Do you wish that you were us? You poor thing.
I have an imaginary girlfriend.
An imaginary child. Oh my I'm dying laughing right now, sorry. Anyways, moving on.
Pathetic black rap shit.
Yeah, he is. Really is. Pathetic. So-called rap.
Look, Rabbi. Look. I don't need to repent for shit. Because
Why are you so uncomfortable? Are you in the toilet?
Because I'm eating. But anyways, look,
You told the toilet, bro. This is disgusting.
No, that's your word, not mine. Listen, I don't need to repent for shit. Because I didn't do repent for what? Speaking about a bunch of fake ass items hurts that are over there around. So I don't repent for shit. But they're not holy. I mean, they're doing all kinds of vile shit over there. Gay parades at Tel Aviv, and that's supposed to be holy, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I know. Like, something we've already made. They got released in that little file. This is sacrificing and drinking the blood of babies and doing all kinds of rituals. You know, the same shit that they found back in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually last year, if I'm not mistaken. So they're finding them in the sewers and the tunnels and shit all throughout the 5 boroughs of New York, right? With underground tunnels and fucking bloody ass baby carriages. I don't give a fuck about these goddamn people. These people are devils, bro. What the fuck do I gotta repent for? They themselves, real rabbis I've encountered will tell you that they're not real Jews. They'll literally say that they're not real Jews. They know that they're perpetrating a fraud. So if that's the case, if that's the case, then I don't need to fucking repent of anything that I say that is inflammatory towards them, because they say a lot of inflammatory shit that's not based on any substance. So for you to sit up here and tell me to repent, and by the way, you didn't answer my question because, you took the question to sit up here and insult me, ironically. But to answer your question, I don't need to repent for shit.
Alright, man. Just don't say.
When Christ returns, do you think what they're doing over there in Israel, in the land, and defiling the land, do you really believe that Christ is coming to save those people? You understand, like that 3IA Atlas or whatever, like when that thing comes down, because most likely that might be the Lord in that ship, those people have hell to pay, man. So, and if you want to sit up here and be a bitch for them, then guess what? You're gonna go down with them. So
Fuck you, more guy.
That's the problem with this Sharif Hassan character. He's got a beautiful name like Sharif Hassan, right? But this idiot had to convert to whatever religion. That's fine, he could have converted, but at least it would have been, respectful to the other party, the people that are living on that land. I think, what I think? When you moved over there, you didn't know what you were getting yourself involved in. Right? And slowly, you guys started to get indoctrinated, right, with this bullshit. And they told you, it's a homeland for the Jews, and it's a safe land, and it's a safe place for the Jews, and they can arrive here, they can live here. And yet, it goes against your scripture, but you support, you support the situation, you support the apartheid system that Israel's running off, right? And you support pretty much all this bullshit, right? And it just doesn't make sense. I don't get it, man. People like you, pieces of shit. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're just a garbage piece of shit.
You haven't noticed, since he moved out there, he looks really depressed. He's gained even more weight. He looks fat and sloppy. He literally looks like he's melting. His eyes are black. They're barbecue. He doesn't sleep there. You can just tell he's going to hell over there. And he thinks he's going to be accepted. Listen here, tell me, mommy. What the fuck is this badass doing?
what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. We are born at a given moment in a given place, and like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and of the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything else. Carl Gustav Jung. How the mind can torture itself in its quest to understand the travels of the soul from life through death to life again. Tormented, the mystic asks, what is the purpose of it all? Why was I born? From whence have I come? And to where will I go when I have shed my frail earthly form? But the answers prove elusive. Instead of certainty, the mystic finds only speculation and surmise. Baffled, he struggles to recover memories of a life before birth, in the hopes that these might shed light on what transpires after death. Yet again he is stymied, for like all others who move from one rebirth to the next, the mystic has first to dally in the land of the dead. There he was forced to slake his thirst from the river of forgetfulness, dissolving all memories of his previous lives, before he was free to stumble blindly towards his next incarnation. This cleansing of the past goes unnoticed by most people. However, something deep within the mystic is left unsettled. He finds that his thoughts and dreams are disturbed, as if by glimpses of some long-forsaken ambition, a memory of which hovers just unseen at the very edge of his vision. In truth, the mystic does not draw as deeply from the river of forgetfulness as his less contemplative fellows, and some distant memory goads him into joining that age-old quest for meaning. The ancient Greeks realized that active self-reflection was something integral to understanding the mysteries of birth, life, and death, which would allow a person to find his appropriate place in the eternal processes of the gods. Life is shrouded in a mystery. This is the fundamental fact which confronts us. We live in a cave with our backs to the light, and as Plato said, our knowledge is nothing more than the shadows which play upon its walls. The Greeks became preoccupied with this inner light, cast shadows into our reality. They summed up their quest for it with the axiom, know thyself. Inscribed in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, they believed that mankind could never fully comprehend or know the human spirit. So this axiom actually suggests learning about and controlling personal behavior in the here and now, so that a person might rise to understand his or her fate or incarnation, and in effect find unity with the gods. Similar deliberations on matters of birth, life, death, and reincarnation have taken place in most other societies and cultures. In India, the ideas solidified and became the foundation upon which the various forms of yoga are based. The Sanskrit word yoga is derived from the word yoj, which means to control, to unite. And thus the word yoga is often translated as simply meaning the art of union. Carl Gustav Jung, 1875 to 1961, the founder of modern analytical psychology, acknowledged the importance of studying yoga, but he also cautioned that the practice may not be suitable for the Western mind. He believed the yogic tendency to seek spiritual transcendence by ignoring the material side of the world was misguided, and that the purpose of incarnation was actually to gain a more intimate understanding of existence, as he wrote. There are many different kinds of yoga, and Europeans often become hypnotized by it, but it is essentially Eastern. No European has the necessary patience and it is not right for him. The more we study yoga, the more we realize how far it is from us. A European can only imitate it, and what he acquires by this is of no real interest. Jung continued, in the course of the centuries, the West will produce its own yoga. Although I am not completely in accord with Jung's assessment that Europeans have no patience, and disagree with the assertion that we get nothing of any interest out of doing this type of practice, he did make a valid point when he proposed that a new approach to the art of union is necessary for our Western archetype. He seems to suggest that psychology could play that role, but to me there is a difficulty here. In an echo of yoga, we find modern psychology preoccupied with bringing the unconscious mind to conscious awareness, whilst either downplaying the role of the body or treating it as a cumbersome appendage must be mastered. To me, the core premise of Western magic is that we incarnate into our body in order to gain an experience, not transcend it, and that we must examine the whole process equally. The holistic approach is surely far healthier than a fragmented one, and it is in the direction in which psychology has been creeping for some time. Besides being a Jungian psychologist, Dane Rudhyar, 1895 to 1985, was one of the most thoughtful practitioners of modern astrology. Reflecting on such matters, he observed that ancient Hindu yoga was based on this realization of the meaning and power of the breath, and so also in another sense was astrology. Astrology was the means to relate the first moment of the individualized freedom, the first breath, to the eternal cosmic process. Astrology was therefore, and can be today, a method to take the individual out of his isolation and to incorporate him into the eternal process. It is my intention to offer a fresh approach to the subject of union through the study of astrology. As mortals, we have been given clues as to how to manipulate our lower ego, so that we may surrender self without losing the overall ego, which is the driving factor we require to appreciate the experience for which we incarnated. Astrology blends together mind, body, and our reality, revealing that each is an integral part of the other. And in so doing, it underscores the relationship between yoga refers to as the Anja and the Muladhara Chakras, as being a concept that Carl Jung was starting to explore as far back as 1932. This will be discussed later in the book.
See that they can be together with it.
Would I be as poor as someone living on a kibbutz? Probably not. That's really poor.
We're trying to help you right now.
Oh, well, why aren't you married since you're having supposedly a baby outside of wedlock? Why aren't you married right now?
Tell me, you're working, you're doing something in your life, or your syllabus from the morning till the night.
Okay, and I do work. You know those little tomatoes you put in olives? You get them in olives. I stuff tomatoes and olives. I'm an olive stuffer.
You are a farmer?
No. I work in a factory. You put the tomatoes in the olives.
For how much?
And then put the olives in the jar.
Where is your factory? Where is it?
Not my factory.
Where is my factory you're working? Where is it?
It's in Florida.
Florida for you to love.
Like how about the woman that you supposedly got pregnant? She's a nice.
Yeah, but that's almost like my honor. Like
Almost. Don't you think it's wrong to get Black Rabbi married since he's having a baby with a woman that he's not married to?
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Joe, why don't you shut the fuck up, Joe? It's none of your business. It's your business to get me married. You have to go to Black Rabbi for bed. You have to go to bed with me.
Dialogue, you said that I was the problem to give this motherfucker attention. That I wasn't the first one to give him attention. I came in when there was a dialogue going on. When Matt and Vic were trying to question him to get answers out of him because he was making awful claims. So you blamed it on me, and I forgive you, sir. I forgive you, sir, but like we're reading the room.
No, you ain't gotta. Yeah, you don't have to read at this point.
Okay.
No, this dipshit.
No, he's a piece of shit. He comes in to create contention for everyone. He doesn't like
I don't know who this motherfucker is, but guess what? You about to get smoked. I'm sorry, Sig. My brother. Yeah, this motherfucker about to get it up. Oh.
You don't even want to brought up Israel and shit. That's why I'm alright.
Who the fuck cares about some geopolitics?
Nobody gives a shit about Israel anymore. Like they're their own country. Figure out your own fucking problems. Like seriously, I just think
we was just talking about Washington and California and shit.
Yeah, so you want to comment on that point you made earlier? About basically Christianity being, extremely tolerant, which is baffles me. I've been talking about for the last few days. Anthony Jeselnik, he's one of my favorite comedians right now. He's pretty funny. But I noticed his last 3 specials, he shitted on Christians heavily. So not just Christians, also pedophilia too. He made child abuse jokes and child rape jokes. And listen, I'm all for dark humor and comedy. I'm just being consistent. I'm cool. I'm okay with it because I understand it's just jokes. But what I don't like is the inconsistency of society. He can't talk about women. He can't talk about transgenders. He reached the surface just a little bit, but nowhere as near as he does with Christianity and children. So it's just one of the things that stand out that we have a highly sensitive society to everything else except Christianity, which is how we got here in the first place. And I'll end on this. I love the culture of American Christianity because it allows us to be what we are. However, it has got so intolerant to the point where it's damn near fading away because people are allowing themselves to be erased essentially, just like white people. So I think that shit needs to change, and Christians need to have a backbone stand up for their own religion. Go ahead.
Yeah, amen, bro. Yeah, I agree, man. Like I love my fellow Christians, man. Like I said, most tolerant religious group I've come across, man. But yeah, y'all gotta start standing up for yourselves, man. Y'all literally letting yourselves get shit on by these other fucking religions.
Right, so then when I'm doing that in your room and shitting on this man, why am I getting treated like shit then?
Because you're shitting on a man. When you shit on a man, you're literally shitting on yourself. This is a barber shop. Somebody's got to clean it up.
Nah, because you got a piece of shit that is fucking being a piece of shit, man. That's open season. That's open season. Anybody can shit on.
Have you ever taken a shit and puked at the same time?
Anthony Jeselnik. He had a one on Netflix, and I think all his last 3 were on Netflix. He's really funny.
Okay.
He has the dark humor where he says his jokes doesn't come from a certain angle. So all these jokes are really offensive. That's his style. But like I say, he doesn't touch certain groups. He doesn't really touch race much. Of course, women and definitely the LGBT community.
Point of order, moderator. You said a moment ago that people don't give a shit about Israel. Oh, put me in your queue. Thank you very little.
Because let me see what she said. We say it's not a race.
Bro, did you see this dude's PTO? We gonna go in there.
What's up, man?
Yo, don't kick me out, man. Don't kick Congress down. He ain't being disrespectful.
see this?
I didn't know who that was. The second I know, Congressman. I seen you in the hand. I shot this lady.
Are you doing okay, Bruce?
Oh, yeah.
I still hear you work.
Doing some beat stuff.
Good. I'm glad you're there.
Yeah, I'll be respectful. Just put me in your queue. Listen, all kinds of bullshit happens in the barbershop. It's next to the liquor store. And people come into that motherfucking barbershop trying to cause problems all the time.
The liquor store's been closed for what?
Now every good barbershop got a rack of fine vodka, fine brown liqueur, some Hennessy, some Courvoisier on the racks when I get my hair cut. Line it up! I gotta find a black barbershop to line it up. Can't find a barbershop to line up shit unless it's black. You need a real black barbershop. Hello? Hello? I was just going to ask you a question. You said people don't give a shit about Israel, but the truth is you can use anything as the center of your cause. So the politics of Israel and Jerusalem, it's in the Bible, and people love the Bible. There are Christian psychotics out there that can't let go of the great story. So I'm just saying, it's always going to come up no matter what. It's like a zit. You're like, oh, God, I got an outbreak of Israel on my face. And it's going to happen because people still got zits because they don't know how to take care of their skin in that motherfucking barbershop. So I'm just saying, when you got to get a shave, you got to use an aftershave. And you got to keep that skin clean. If you don't keep that shit clean, your face is going to break out like a Jerusalem or like an Israel. I'm just saying. It's always going to happen. Hello?
Hey, what you join? What is it?
Yeah, what the fuck?
You ain't never been in a motherfucking black barbershop? You never had to get your shit lined and clean? You never had a service or a wedding you gotta get cleaned up for? Look at your best to the tens? Hello?
At least for like an hour. This nigga got motherfucker white really nigga. Like why y'all just trolling? Y'all trolling?
Were you trolling?
Nah, man, I came in to get a clean up, man. I just need to get lined up. $20 with a tip, right? Hello? Did your prices change? No. You angry.
You know what, Congressman? You should
leave me alone. I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry. I can't have no conversation with you. You angry.
Y'all ran KP out. This is crazy. This is unbelievable, man. My boy KP took one for the team, Wallace. What are we gonna do, bro?
Wait, what happened?
This is crazy.
I literally just messed up.
Oh, and you passed out. Don't worry. I saved you. Yeah, I played Captain Save-A-Ho and I saved your ass.
Oh my God, you came home from school. She was telling me about school.
From the onslaught of trolls dying to breed you. Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
You have that type of energy, apparently.
What kind?
Bring the boys out to the yard.
Huh? How?
I told you, you passed out. You missed it. It's over. That's it. KP took the fall.
Okay, my brother said it was okay.
Yeah.
No, look.
Somebody will catch you up.
Uh-oh. So that was the topic of conversation, and
Okay, Rabboni Shalom. A little more astrology Kabbalah for you. At this point, I should make clear that this book is not about predicting the future or consulting the stars in order to see what the gods might have in store for us. To me, the rigidity of traditional astrology does not present an individual with the possibility of self-discovery or growth, whereby, to quote Jung, we can acknowledge oneself for what one by nature is, in contrast to that which one would like to be. Still, this does not negate the bulk of what astrologers have written. Rather, I am simply trying to inform the weary traveler, whose life is but a sojourn in this strange land, that there are many divergent teachings which hold specific pieces to the puzzle of self-exploration. No single art contains it all, modern astrology included. We know that humanity unconsciously taps into a vast collective unconscious or reservoir of all the knowledge and experiences of our species. This information is disseminated and interpreted in a multitude of ways, depending upon the philosophy, science, culture, language, history, location, and even climate of the particular people who are attempting to create a foundation for their gods and religions. Ironically, irrespective of where they may be situated, most cultures are saying the same thing, if from a different point of view. It is easy to determine that whilst in one situation a particular belief might be twisted into something negative by local circumstance, in a different context the same problematic conviction will be expounded with clarity and grace. Astrological teachings are also rooted in the collective unconscious of humanity and dependent upon the school of thought to which the astrologer adheres, and are also filled with the accrued contradictions of centuries of interpretations. It is not my intention either to question or to defend the beliefs of the ancient cultures that portrayed the stars and planets as actual gods, who ruled over the various processes of nature, as a mundane king might rule over his subjects. My sympathies in that regard are firmly with Aleister Crowley, 1875-1847, who, when pondering the possible influences of the gods in occult matters, observed, "It is immaterial whether these exist or not. By doing certain things, certain results will follow." Students are most earnestly warned against attributing objective reality or philosophic validity to any of them. I believe strongly that this rule of thumb should be applied not only to magic, but also to astrology, and suspect that Jung too would concur. Of course, Jung clearly did not consider planetary forces to be actual living entities. He wrote that astrology, like the collective unconscious with which psychology is concerned, consists of symbolic configurations. The planets are the gods, symbols of the power of the unconscious. In other words, he saw the gods of ancient astrological mythologies representing influences behind archetypes, originating in our collective unconscious. To explain, Jung wrote, "The collective unconscious appears to consist of mythological motifs, primordial images, for which reason the myths of all nations are its real exponents. In fact, the whole of mythology could be taken as a sort of projection of the collective unconscious. We can see this most clearly if we look at the heavenly constellations, whose originally chaotic forms are organized through the projection of images. This explains the influence of the stars, as asserted by astrologers. These influences are nothing but unconscious, introspective perceptions of the collective unconscious. Even though the names might change and the myths may differ slightly, Jung firmly believed that the archetypal principles remain the same, on account of their universality. In the course of this book, I plan to draw upon numerous ancient myths and beliefs in the hope that some of might shed a light on the difficult topic of astrology. In the discussions of astrology, members of the scientific community often deride the art and deny the possibility of a planet or other celestial object having any effect upon the life pattern of an individual. Some astrologers, on the other hand, maintain that you cannot scientifically analyze the invisible astral pull which celestial objects have upon us because they are too subtle. In this instance, the scientific community is probably closer to the truth. Planets have little or no influence upon us, although many astrologers, not really knowing the fundamentals of their own art, like to babble a seemingly unprovable defense. To clarify, let me remind the reader that, for example, when a magician or Kabbalist discusses the sphere of Geburah and the tree of life, which is ruled by the planet Mars, tacitly acknowledge that he is not referring to the actual planet in the heavens, but rather the quality of Mars is found within ourselves. It is clear from Carl Jung's theories on archetypes that he too grasped this concept firmly. Aleister Crowley has given us a profound piece of wisdom concerning the next step to the correct comprehension of astrology when he wrote, "A proper understanding of the planets, and indeed of the universe itself, is only to be obtained by a knowledge of the doctrine of correspondence between the microcosm and the macrocosm." To appreciate what he suggests, we must return to one of the more unlikely of sources, the ancient mystical tradition known as Kabbalah. One of its most well-known symbols is the Atzchim, or the Tree of Life. It is identical to the Tree of Knowledge, of both good and evil. By eating its fruit, we can obtain gnosis, or hidden knowledge of the universe, and more importantly, ourselves. This symbol represents everything, both above and below, both externally and internally. In modern times, it has become a very favorable filing system for the expectations of magicians. At first, Judaic law did not have a specific diagram of the Tree of Life. Early Kabbalists placed all spiritual references, like the 10 spheres or Sephiroth, upon the backside image of the giant heavenly man whom they referred to as Adam Kadmon. Originally, there were no paths uniting these spheres. This backside image of Adam Kadmon not only referred to God, whose face was thought so powerful that no mortal could behold it and live, but was also the primordial man, or the image behind the germ of all creation. A second or identical image was drawn upon the lesser Adam, or the first human being created in the image of God. The ancient Greeks referred to these two concepts in a more fluid, undefined fashion as the microcosm and macrocosm. The term macrocosm is from the Greek phrase makros kosmos, a greater world. This can be read as referring to the Tree of Life as a symbol of our universe. The heavens above and the entirety of God's kingdom. It is the objective universe, and those things outside our body, and in a sense, it is the primordial Adam. The word microcosm is from the Greek mikros kosmos, or little world, which can be interpreted as referring to the Tree of Life symbolically found in each one of us. This tree not only reflects our mundane body and all its functions, but is also a map of our human consciousness and spirituality. This is the image of the lesser Adam. Both trees are identical or mirror images of each other. It is said that God used the exact same blueprint to create everything from the most exalted to the most insignificant, and that to study any part thereof on one tree will reveal simply by analogy an identical fundamental principle on the other tree. In other words, what is found on one tree must be found on the other, and to know one tree is to know both. Thus the fundamental principle of all magic, as above, so below. Realizing this, astrologers must stop referring to actual heavenly objects as the source of influence, rather than universal movements that are a reflection of what is occurring internally within our own universe or around our inner sun. Dane Rudyard is of similar opinion and further comments. It is not that the planets influence directly any particular person by flashing a special kind of a ray which will make the person happy or cause him to break his leg. The cycles of the planets and their relationship represent to man reality in an ordered state and in reference to the greater whole which we know as the solar system. Men are lesser wholes within this greater whole. Men can only find peace and lasting integration as they relate themselves in consciousness to the greater whole. In other words, a true astrologer sees universal movements, knowing that we were made in the image of God, would understand that any and all movements of celestial objects are mimicked within our subtle anatomy or psyche. It is equally important to realize that even if you are a lowly turtle functioning off the lowest Kabbalistic sphere of Malkuth, or earth or human body, the entire tree of life is still found within yourself, and it must manifest all of its qualities in varying degrees every day in a continual struggle called life. It arguably, as shown by our astrology chart, not every part of the tree can manifest through this shell that we call the human body. Contrary to what some magical fraternities might have you believe, everyone does not have the same capabilities to traverse the internal tree, sphere by sphere. The importance of our birth chart is that it indicates both our strong points and the pitfalls that await us upon the tree of life. It shows us the first step that is required in the voyage of self-discovery, and it teaches us an important lesson as to the role our body plays in determining our life and our self-discoveries.
Olga, Met, and Moran, welcome to the room, as well as Anan, our favorite person who always pops into the room. Anan. I don't understand how that happens, that there's so many people called Anan. Anyways, we're less than a minute away from discussing what's a very important issue. The question du jour is Iran looking for war? And in my opening salvo just seconds from now, at the top of the hour, I will explain why I chose this as our topic. Elle, welcome to the room. And we are now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's topic is Iran looking for war? Now, why would I ask that? Well, as we all know, the United States has moved to the president calls them armadas of naval assets into the Middle East. They're in position to, if necessary, hey Scott, welcome to the stage, if necessary, to attack Iran, or if the president feels it's necessary, might be a better way of putting it. And this has caused for Iran to take it very seriously. They've said that if the United States were to attack, there would be a regional war that they would I guess, start. Whether these are comments that are worthy of our attention or whether it's just blustering by the regime, I have no way of knowing their capabilities. I suspect they would have difficulty expanding beyond the defense of their own borders and, of course, using it as an opportunity or excuse to fire more missiles into Israel, which I presume they would do. And Israel is taking that threat seriously as well, preparing communities for the possibility not only of missiles coming from Iran, but attacks coming from proxies, both from the north and from the south. Because Hamas is still alive. Hezbollah is still alive. They are both weakened tremendously. And not just because of the efforts of the IDF, but the United States as well. But the threat still remains. And it's an asymmetric threat. And so it can't always be quantified in a manner that regular warfare might be. But on Friday, the Iranians and the Americans are actually going to negotiate, and this is what the president is hoping for. He's hoping that by moving all these military assets into the region, it brings Iran to the table and to its knees, and I don't know exactly what he wants to get out of this. I don't think he's going to get a regime change out of it. He might be successful in getting them to stop the massacre of civilians, or at least agree to. But you would think that if all the above is accurate, what I just articulated, and I believe that it is, obviously if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't say it, but I'm pretty sure that what I said is an accurate assessment of where we are today. The last thing that you would expect Iran to do on the precipice of this extraordinary meeting coming up in Turkey. By the way, they tried to get the location changed to, I think they wanted to go to, I forget which one of the Emirates, but they wanted to get, what's that? Oman. That's what I thought. Right. And I think that they felt maybe home field advantage if they do that. I don't know. But what the hell are they doing if, in fact, they're trying to avoid the president carrying out a threat against them? Because they shot a drone at one of our aircraft carriers. And they also went after a U.S. flagged oil tanker. So let me just read the top of one of the stories about the United States shooting down an Iranian drone approaching an aircraft carrier. Others have it now, but this is the first writing from Reuters. And the story begins: the U.S. military on Tuesday shot down an Iranian drone that aggressively approached the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea, the U.S. military said, in an incident first reported by Reuters. Wasn't that nice that you tell us that you first reported it? The incident came as diplomats sought to arrange nuclear talks between Iran and the United States, and U.S. President Donald Trump warned that U.S. warships heading towards Iran. Bad things would probably happen if a deal could not be reached. That's the beginning of that article. I could go on, but I don't think there's any need to. You get the point. The other one, this one comes from Euronews. I don't often get an opportunity to quote Euronews. So there were a lot of articles on this. I decided to grab Euronews. The headline is, U.S. flag tanker challenged by Iranian gunboats in Strait of Hormuz. And the story says, a U.S. flagged tanker was approached and challenged by Iranian gunboats Iran boats in the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday before continuing on its journey, a British maritime security firm said. Stena Imperative was approached by 3 pair of small armed boats belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guards while transiting the Strait of Hormuz, approximately 30 kilometers north of Oman, according to Vanguard Tech. The vessel is now being escorted by a U.S. warship, the company said. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations, which gathers reports on threats to shipping, reported the incident and said authorities were investigating. Several small armed vessels attempted to contact the tanker via VHF radio, but it ignored the request to stop and continued on its planned route. According to the UKMTO, the agency did not specify the nationalities of the boats involved in the incident. Now, that's because a boat's ownership, a ship's ownership, and how it is flagged can differ in terms of nationality. But it was a U.S. flagged oil tanker. And any oil tanker run by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, even if no shots were fired, is an indicator, I think, on their part that they could, if they wanted to, close down the Strait of Hormuz, which is an implied threat that's always in place and one that's of great concern to international shipping, beyond what most people really understand the ramifications of. It is imperative, not just for the United States, but frankly for the world, that the Strait of Hormuz remains open to international shipping without being impeded by the Iranians. Now, we know that the president is often playing both good cop and bad cop at the same time. And we know that this is his negotiating tactic. We've seen it how many times in the past. And we see it with the tariffs, where he throws these big tariffs and then the country targeted capitulates and they pull the tariffs back. And he gets derisively called Taco Man for doing that because he keeps changing his mind. But it's not really that he's changing his mind, I don't think. It's his tactic. But here's the thing. I think this guy being the President of the United States, is willing to actually take the action that he is threatening if the use of the threat as a negotiating tool is unsuccessful. So why would you poke the bear in the manner in which the Iranians are? Why would you do that? It's one thing to do certain things and say certain things like these blustering pronouncements that, will go after the United States and will attack the United States on the homeland and will eradicate Israel and there'll be a regional war and all of this stuff. It's another thing to actually take action. And the Strait of Hormuz situation wasn't actually taking physical action against the oil tanker, but it was a provocation. And it comes at the same time that the drone attack was attempted. It may have just been one drone, and they may have been just sending one drone to once again send a signal to the United States, hey, we got a lot of these. And we know that they have a lot of them because they are the main supplier of the drones that are eviscerating Ukraine. And by the way, this past overnight in Ukraine, it was the largest drone attack this year. So, this is Putin using military might for negotiating purposes as well to bring them to their knees at a time when the United States, the same guy who is going to Turkey, Witkoff, to negotiate with drone was shot down. They launched a fighter jet and blew it out of the sky, and they have all kinds of countermeasures and all kinds of detection abilities on these carrier ships. But imagine had they been, God forbid, successful. Knowing this president, he's not going to just say, oh, well, it wasn't all that bad. No. Oh, no, it was just one drone. No. I don't think so. I think he would have immediately ordered an unleashing of some kind of an attack. And by the way, it would not be proportional. You know how the Israelis, when they come under attack from Hamas, and then they respond, oh my God, that response isn't proportional. I guarantee you that the response would not be proportional. Because that's not how you fight a war. And that's not how you defend yourself. Not by a proportional response. If you have the ability to inflict much greater damage on the enemy than they have inflicted on you, that's what you do. And you don't care about all these social justice warriors who take to the streets to march against the action that you have taken. One other thing, we can expand the discussion, and that is, if in fact the United States launches a military attack on Iran, and it's by no means guaranteed, but if it were to happen, to what end? Who would the targets be? Would the intent be for regime change? Are they ready to move a lobby in, theoretically, to form an interim government? Would there be civil order to ensure that such an interim government could seat itself? Would the attack be designed to stop the massacre of the protesters? Well, would it stop the massacre of the protesters? You know, when you launch a military action, you're supposed to have a goal in mind. Now, I know that the United States has a terrible history of changing the mission, as we did in Iraq how many times? I think we changed it 3 times, or I think there were 4 different missions, or we changed it twice, there were 3 different missions. We just kept changing what our excuse was for that war. I understand that. But what is to be gained, and I'm not saying that something couldn't be gained, maybe it would be to finish off what he started vis-a-vis the nuclear capabilities of Iran. That would be a good thing. Okay, but what the hell are they doing by poking the president? I think that's a big mistake, but maybe everybody here doesn't agree with that assessment. So we'll hear what y'all have to say. I'll start calling people in the order in which I see them on the stage. Why did we lose some people? Because did I talk too long? Because I think there were a couple people from Iran that we lost, and we want to hear from them. So we'll start with Scott, and I think Alan, if he is able, will follow Scott. Hopefully Alan will be able. Go ahead, Scott, followed by...
I would be fine with Alan going first, actually, if you want to.
Alan, how is your schedule there at work? Do you have time to grab the mic?
Yes, Gary. How are you, sir? Hope all is well.
Thank you. I'm very well, thank you.
So far as Iranian view, individual, nothing changed. Still the killing. And bits of the news comes out, and it's all sad video. And I don't think so. They're gonna do anything immediate. This cat and mouse game is this dude, that dude. somebody is sticking a knife in my heart. Who are you going to sit down and talk to? Then ranting, and Khamenei comes in and says, I don't care what the President of the United States say. And there's a speaker on the phone, on the podium, they says, we didn't kill these people. Trump killed it. Israel killed it. And Netanyahu killed all these people. That's what we keep telling the people. And they know they're lying. They don't, no Iranian takes them things. The only thing that's good outside, I see there's a tremendous 100,000 demonstration happened in Toronto. Saturday was like 65 to 75,000. They gathered in Plano, Texas, and they are doing the same thing. They're trying to tell the rest of the people around the world what these guys do. And I think it's not that they don't know most. I mean, you have to be blind and deaf not to know what this regime is doing to innocent people. They don't care. It just, you see these 23, 22, they start killing the doctor and the nurses. They treat these wounded. They went to the hospital. This news I heard this morning. This was from the person finally I got a hold of, and he lives in the city of Ahvaz. I was wondering about him because one of the cities few nights ago got hit. There was 9 places got hit in Iran, and one of them was Ahvaz, and I was worried about him. Finally, he get hold of me in the WhatsApp, and he said, she says, yes, Alan, that was his neighbor, and she's 23 years old, and she was wounded in the hospital, and they went there, they killed her in the hospital. These are the things happening on the street, every corner of Iran. And while you hear negotiation about this and that, Turkish, of course they don't. They need to keep taking the free gas. Russia, they want this regime because they milk them to the highest extent. China is taking the oil last 10, 15 years that after the deal they gave them $25 billion to take 25 years of the production of fish and the oil from the south of Iran. So these are the things happening, but news is very heartbreaking, Gary. It's unbelievable. It makes you, tears comes to your eyes left and right. Back to you, sir.
So now to my specific question, what are they doing by sending a drone after a U.S. aircraft carrier? Are they really willing to take it to the precipice of an actual war, a direct war with the United States? You would think it would be in the regime's best interest to avoid a war with the United States.
Of course it is, but what they do is they put themselves in the corner. The regime of Iran, as much as they say things, they put themselves in the corner. They cannot back up. They cannot afford. They know they cannot handle. But that's what it doesn't stop them. Just to show off to the, inside Iran, we still have muscle. We still can go fight the great Satan and the Zionism and so forth and so on. That's what you hear. And that's what they try. Even though they know no Iranian buy it, they just messing around. They just wants to say, like if the United States hit Iran, it's going to be an original war. What kind of original war? What are you going to do? I mean, even Qatar, which is supporting them, even Turkey is supporting them. I don't think so. When they see them, interest is going to be in depth. They know an Iranian regime. They know they don't have no backup. But it doesn't stop them. It's just like you holding someone, and once in a while the guy get a chance and they cheat you. That's it. That's what they
to say, but I mean, I do wonder. I'm with you. I think this is mysterious, right? I mean, I think it is a sort of. But Alan said something that's very interesting, like that maybe there's this desire to try to convince the people the regime is so strong, to try to convince on the global stage the regime is so strong, and by projecting a little bit of power, this feels in my team that it will convince the population of that. Also, sometimes people that are under the oppressive regime get more sympathetic to the regime when they're facing an outside attack. It's like there's a nationalizing, a unifying force that sometimes maybe they're banking on that. Maybe they're thinking that, okay, if we get the great Satan to attack us, it'll rally the people in support of the regimes. I mean, I think that's very unlikely, but I mean, that's one of the few things I can think that has some rational, that would offer some rationale behind what seems to me, like you're saying, Gary, largely suicidal action. There you go. That's all.
Scott, remember, if it was a few years ago, yes, but they lost that. No, it don't matter what they do, they don't get the tiny support of the public. They don't do it. And, yes, this morning the news came in, it was 43 of the top guys, they just run away from Iran. So this news is all negative. And
other than to send a message maybe to the United States that we can reach out and touch you if we really want to. That's the only other thing that I can kind of fathom. So before just underscore what Alan just said, before the internet was shut down, the people I was in contact with in Iran, almost all of them, it's not a huge number of people, it's very anecdotal, but say that they would welcome an attack from the United States if it meant getting rid of this regime. If it meant getting rid of the regime. Even knowing that there would be collateral damage potentially to the civilian population. That's how desperate they are. And that is a change from Alan and I going back 20 years. These debates that were going on in our previous platform, Cal Talk, there was very strong
just a question has popped in my mind, Gary, about what is going on and the fact that I'm not hearing enough of activity or even rhetoric coming on the international stage.
Well, when you say the international stage, are you talking about the world community, or are you talking
world
about
community, or like even the UN? I mean, where's the UN?
Right. That's a good question. If your question was about public outrage, we already know the answer to that. The social justice warriors of the world are very, very selective in their condemnation of what they consider to be human rights violations or improprieties around the world. Very selective, very hypocritical. And we already know what some of those motivations are. But you're right. This is a big move by the United States. And there seems to be very little outrage about what we're doing. And worse, there's very little outrage about what the regime is doing to its own people. Why is that? I don't know. That's a good question. If it had been Israel involved, it would be a huge, huge problem in the world. There would be resolutions of condemnation at the United Nations, et cetera, et cetera. There'd be people on the streets demonstrating. If in fact Israel is drawn into a war with Iran, you can almost guarantee that will occur. Hermes, followed by Jerry.
Good evening, everyone. This is so sad that we're going into another world war. And I don't mean just about the United States. I mean about everyone, right? Russia, what have you. And I wanted to give an idea, a proposal, what could potentially eliminate wars. I suggest that, number one, we get rid of the current religions, and maybe we start looking at the Hermetic studies, right? It's all about peace and love and science. And then, of course, the other one would be that, we wake up, we admit, or our governments admit that we're not the only ones in this universe, and we start communicating with our neighbors. And maybe they can teach us a lot. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
Well, that's very nice fantasy. But the great religions of the world are seated in our psyche, and it's not the religion, it's the interpretation of the religion. And I know Scott can speak as a theologian about this with a lot greater authority than me, but it's how one interprets the religion. That's why, for example, when we talk about the aggressiveness among some Muslims, including the Islamic regime of Iran, if you use the proper semantics to describe, a lot of people can see a differentiation between Islamists and Muslims, even though they are all Muslims. Most of the Muslim people I know are far from radicalized and have the same interests and desires. Culturally, there are differences. Some of the cultural things that they adhere to are different from what I adhere to. But that doesn't mean that they are basically different from me or you. So I don't know whether condemning religions per se really is
It seems like you worry about, what your American Navy really get attacked. I don't think so. They know they're not talking full-scale war with the United States. And one thing was funny though, my Iranian friends are really asking American to attack. They welcome American attack because they seems like most of the people over there want this regime change helped by international force. I'm familiar with this. I'm from China, and I remember that Tiananmen Square. That 89 Tiananmen Square event. Yeah, we're all hoping international power can get involved in helping the regime change. But I think America right now play very cautiously. And another thing, the Hormuz Strait has been sealed by Iranian. That's not right? This international water. And America taking up this job over there. That's just good. And another thing is, maybe wanted to stop all this oil flowing to China as well. And that's another thing maybe you have to talk about.
the border war between Thailand and Cambodia. Where's the United Nations been on that?
Yeah, they don't even really mention that. They don't have a Security Council to talk about these things.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. And I get the agenda. I don't cover it any longer, but I still get the agendas emailed to me. I haven't seen it on the agenda, so they're not even giving it lip service. And people are dying.
People are dying!
To his credit, the president has tried to create a ceasefire. He's claimed victory in that. In order to bury them, which most people cannot afford. It's not something that the United Nations should be looking the other way on. Every single country, especially every single permanent member of the Security Council, should be flexing their muscles on this. Why is it just the United States that's trying to bring an end to this carnage in Iran? Why is it just the United States? And there may have been certain business interests to motivate it. I don't know. I don't really care. Why is it only the United States that intervened in the Cambodian-Thailand border war? Why is nobody interfering in what's going on in Burma and Sudan? I don't know, Jerry, but I would say one thing's for certain: the United Nations is failing in its mission.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes. Yeah, this is a very
vested interest in this. It's academic to those of us in the United States, pretty much, but not to the people there. But the other nations of the world ought to be joining the United States. And the leader of all this shouldn't have to be the President of the United States. It should be the United Nations. And I think part of the reason the United Nations won't get involved in it is because the subtext of Israel, oh my God, you can't do anything that might be in support of Israel. Can't do that. So they don't get involved. But Ron followed by Dave. Yes, sir. Sometimes he has trouble grabbing his microphone. Would have liked to have heard from another Iranian on this. I think we may have one other in this on the stage too, so I hope we get to him. Okay, we'll move on to Dave, followed by
Gary, your observation is right. I think on May 10, 2024, when 143 nations voted against Israel and support Palestine, that is the beginning of the collapse of the international norm.
Yeah, they didn't support Palestine because there is no Palestine. They supported God. They supported Hamas.
Correct.
Let's be clear on it. They supported a terrorist organization. I'm not arguing that there ought to be or not ought to be a Palestinian state, but there is no Palestine. And so I'm not saying the Palestinian people don't exist. I'm not saying that Gaza doesn't exist. I'm not saying the West Bank doesn't exist. I'm saying there is no Palestinian state. In fact, I'm supporting them, I guess, by saying this. There ought to be a Palestinian state, maybe that's my subtext here. But let's be clear on the semantics here, Dave. They supported a terrorist organization.
Correct. So May 10, 2024, when there was still very questionable UNRWA involvement with Hamas, and then 143 nation blind, So the international norm for me was already gone by then, 2024. And a few weeks ago, Marco Rubio just said UNRWA would not be involved in future any aid delivery to Gaza. So because of all the evidence. So and I think prior speaking religion, the whole thing we are here today, everything is very dangerous. It's all religion. So any discussion try to avoid involving religion is not seeing the picture. No Jews, no news. It's religion. No, another prior speaker tried to talk about Tiananmen Square. And how many people die at Tiananmen Square? Chinese killing Chinese? I don't know, not more than 2,000. But what we see in Iran, IRGC killing another similar kind, not Jews. For Jews, they are indoctrinated to kill Jews from very young. But for a Muslim killing another Muslim or somebody look like him, according to what I learned from Iranian rule, it takes a lot of intervention to make this happen, right? So 30,000 or could be more, but everything is religion. So the question now is, will United States intervened, right? During the Iran-Israel 12 days war, we have some SMS sent by U.S. ambassador to Israel, to Trump, and let him understand it's you have to think carefully. Everything is on your shoulder. Likewise, for people who understand religion, this is a critical moment. You can interpret to the religion, or you can just totally ignore. But if you interpret to the religion, because the IRGC are religious, they also follow everything clockwise like religion. So if you don't understand this, then you violate the fundamental Sun Tzu art of war. You got to understand how your enemy think, and you anticipate what your enemy is going to do next. Then you will win every single or 100 battle. This is what the West need to understand. If your enemy is doing exactly based on religion, you have to start thinking like them. So any discussion on stage ignoring religion, ignoring the fact that Trump administration are very strong Christian, then you will not see the whole picture. For me, everything is working clockwise right now.
Trump's a strong Christian, my ass. That man is not a very strong Christian. Or else he would have run around on his wife like fives.
Marshall, go back to King Vic. Okay? Anytime you
I don't
criticize,
need to go back to King David. All I need to do
then you are walking with two eyes closed, Marshall.
the Republican Party or that you shouldn't cheat on your wife, period.
You're walking on two eyes closed because King David, okay,
Anytime you
I don't need
criticize,
to go back to King
God repent and
You
give him
cannot
another chance.
seriously be comparing Donald Trump to King David from the Bible. That is outlandish.
That is your view, Marshall. That's why you
He's
can't see the
outlandish.
whole picture.
Trump is not ordained by God, and to say so is to
Whatever you say,
very harmful
yeah,
way.
you are not seeing the whole picture. There are a lot of things that
No,
you
I
haven't.
just don't agree with your addressing of him as some
It's
sort of
fine.
Christian. He's not.
It's why we have free speech. You have no view.
People like crap. You're not a good Christian, right? Like he's just.
What I say, Trump administration have 15 Christian in their administration. They all help each other to figure out the right thing to do. It's not just Trump alone. It's the entire team. They are coordinated and they understand their responsibility. That's why I say Trump administration, not 1, 15. Mutually checking each other's decision. What is the right thing to do? Trump, Marshall. That is a big difference. And Christian understand the foundation, what God bless America means. That's a big difference.
Biden was a pious Catholic. Come on. This idea that Trump is somehow uniquely blessed by God, the Middle Ages already tried this, Dave. They want their theology and government back. We tried this in the Catholic Church, intertwining faith and government, and it doesn't work. It deepens the government, and it illegitimizes the faith. This idea that we should combine those two is nuts. We have 1,000 years of European history to tell us that's the exact wrong thing to do.
Well, Marshall, real proof of Christian is fruit. That means Trump is speaking all the truth. That truth at Davos is waking up.
In your positions on things. And if they've been good Christians, would have taken the same position that Trump does. That's your argument, right?
It depends how you measure good Christian. Right?
Well, you're the one who's doing the measuring here, not me.
I'm going to explain to you.
I don't know. I find it possible that we're comparing Donald Trump and other good Christians. Donald Trump's a bully who cheated on every single wife he ever had. Cheated on his wife with a porn star. That man is not a good example of a Christian.
So has King David, Marshall. So has King David.
King David, and you were trying to wed the Old Testament King David story to Donald Trump is absolutely and completely heretical. He's wrong.
Again, in no King David, we have no discussion, right?
I don't think King David is a good idea. You're trying to tie the Trump administration.
When Charlie Kirk was asked at the campus, and he immediately said, we all full of sin. Okay, when Charlie Kirk was attacked, he immediately said, we are full of sin, just as King David, just as Trump.
He's not King David. Stop trying to heretically combine the two.
I think they're not hearing. When Charlie Kirk said, we are full of sin,
I'm not talking about Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about King David taking the Trump administration and trying to align them as an odd plan.
That's a different.
David is all the whole point in this discussion. David, what has to do this with the Iran situation? I don't understand. You keep saying King David, King David. Have you followed the...
Let me explain
have
to you.
Have you followed the Iran situation last 48 years?
Yes.
Has nothing to do with the religion.
Let's just know for the record. King David wasn't a draft dodger, okay? He fought in the military, okay?
A few days ago, somebody from Jerusalem, a Messianic Jews, just said Iran must fall according to Bible, period. That's why we are talking about religion.
All right, thank you for that, David. That's enough with the religious talk. By the way, just so you understand from the perspective of myself and perhaps other Jews in the audience here, Messianic Jew is a contradiction in terms. You're saying a Messianic Jew is a Jew who recognizes Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. Well, then he's not a Jew, he's a Christian. And I'm not saying this, people have the right to believe whatever they want to believe. The term Messianic Jew is absolutely a contradictory terminology. I know they package themselves that way in an attempt to recruit, to proselytize actual Jews to become Christians, and that's their right to do so, but Messianic Jew is a contradiction. You cannot be a Messianic Jew. The Jews are waiting for the Messiah, for the first coming. The Christians are waiting for the second coming. So the term is inappropriate in my opinion. Brian, followed by Farshad, and we are now into extra time. So no additional people onto the stage. Brian.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, what you said about the Messianic Jews makes sense. You know, I was really quite surprised when I saw those stories about Iran. I mean, what about the drones? Sometimes things happen, the drones go off and or they may claim you don't know who was.
No. In the as far offshore as this occurred, this was deliberate, no question.
Okay, but the one about them trying to take over the oil tanker, that really surprised me. I mean, that was very provocative, and it leads me to wonder why they would do something like that. If you're a smaller person and you have to defend yourself possibly against a large person, you don't walk up and, you get a little worried when that person walks up and starts to, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry, this creative of Hormuz. Did I say the Gulf of Hormuz? The Strait. Yeah. So I think that answers your question. Now we have to say thanks to Marshall Crick.
I would have never known the difference. But yeah, I mean, I kind of wonder what they had up their sleeve. If they, if they thought they were trying to show something, I mean, they failed miserably.
was an error and they made some projects and it's policy. And you wrong. And also you control like relationships. You wrong with some partners. Even whatever you see. You also choose this. You ask, protest. Actually, we're sleeping and when nature change happen. But the way that we can, to the way the war happened, this is when nature change, so happen. Even how you force my district, the process, and the way that we happen. Faced with this process, thousands of people, in the church,
And what we're going to see here before we hit the play button.
Yeah, this video will actually zoom into the roof area of the building. As you can see center screen. In doing so, the video will capture an individual on the corner of the roof.
Was this video captured by the person we're referring to as Prosecutor A's daughter?
No.
Okay. Please press play.
Think you're going to be police? You would think that. Yeah. So there's somebody on the roof of there? Sam? Just ran from over in the finger. Over there. Ran in. How's that there? Just Sam.
Now, that roof was recorded in that video. Is there other surveillance of that person in that location that's not going to that spot?
There is additional footage, yes.
Where does that come from?
That came from the Utah Valley University security cameras.
All right. Is there another individual that also recorded a person running after the shooting from the roof?
Not to my recollection, no.
Any video from someone, you recall a video from someone in the Hall of Flags who may have recorded someone running after the shooting?
Yes, there was an individual who recorded from the Hall of Flags. It's an interior video looking through the windows. but I believe an individual is visible on the rooftop also in that video.
Okay, thank you. As far as other witnesses, some of the other relevant witnesses in this case, who is Hunter Kozak?
My recollection is he was the individual who was asking the question to Mr. Kirk at the time that he was shot.
Okay. Would he be a witness in this case? Could he be a witness, I should ask?
Potentially, yes.
Where was he positioned in relation to Mr. Kirk?
I believe the way the stage was set up, he was approximately the same height level as Mr. Kirk, but he would have been directly in front of him, where they had the barriers set up separating the crowd from the stage area.
Okay. I would like to show you Exhibit 4. Now, Exhibit 4, this is a screen capture from a video. Do you recognize Exhibit 4?
I do, yes.
You remember the video from which this is taken?
Yeah, it was a cell phone video belonging to an attendee of the event.
And that attendee was not the prosecutor's child.
It was not the prosecutor's child, no.
Please describe what the video shows.
If I recall, this is a graphic video that actually showed the time that Mr. Kirk is impacted by a projectile and the subsequent trauma and reaction of the crowd.
Okay. Does it show the position of the people to his right and to his left?
Mr. Kirk's right and left?
Yes.
In a limited manner, it does, yes.
Does it show the position, the video, we're speaking of the video, does the video show the position of the questioner, Mr. Kozak?
I don't recall if it pans all the way to the question asker or not, specifically, but there is potential that it does, yes.
I move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.
No objection.
It is admitted into evidence.
Did you interview mothers with children that were at the event?
I believe there were some mothers who had children at the event who provided witness statements to the state bureau, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize Exhibit 5?
I do, yes.
And this, my understanding is this is also a screenshot from a video from Turning Point USA. Is that accurate?
Yes, this was a video taken by Turning Point USA.
Does this
You're talking
show
about the video
question of
that
Mr. Hunter
was
Kozak
behind Charlie Kirk now? That's the camera.
Charlie Kirk.
It does. You can see him holding the microphone just above Mr. Kirk's head.
Okay. And the video, will you describe what the video shows?
From my recollection, this video also shows the point that Mr. Kirk is struck by a projectile, and it shows the reaction of the individual asking the question, along with the reaction of Mr. Kirk's security detail and those others in the crowd.
Okay. I also see another, I'll leave it at that. From what you have gathered in the investigation, were you able to determine the direction from which the bullet came?
Yes.
And in this Exhibit 5, where would that direction have been?
Essentially, Mr. Kirk.
Okay. And which side of Mr. Kirk's body?
Why didn't they ask how he knows that?
It would have been his left.
The defense better challenge this. They know the fix is in.
Did I move the admission of Exhibit number 5?
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have Exhibit number 3 up in front of you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's a university or Utah Valley University video of the kind of the breezeway area that I previously described.
And Exhibit number 3 is a screenshot from that video. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And will you describe what Plaintiff's Exhibit, well, the video itself actually shows?
Yes. If we were to play this video, this shows also the time that Mr. Kirk was impacted by the projectile. And it shows the activity that occurs behind the stage area and the movement of people prior to, during, and then after the incident. On both sides of the breezeway where the barriers are, the crowd actually break through the barrier in an effort to escape the area.
Does this video show others that may have been exposed to risk if that bullet would have missed Mr. Kirk?
I believe so, yes. Actually break through the barrier in an effort to escape the area.
When you responded on September 10th, did you know who Chad Greenlander was?
I did not know.
Did you know anything about his daughter?
I did not.
Did you eventually learn that the prosecutor's daughter was on the scene?
I did.
When did you learn that?
I believe when I found out, it was when the motion had been filed for the conflict argument.
Okay, so prior to that, did the presence of that person, that individual, have any bearing at all in your investigation of the case?
No, I was not aware of her presence at the event.
You have read that adult child's affidavit in preparation for this hearing, right?
Correct, yes.
And was there anything in that affidavit that changed your view of the case or the investigation you should do?
There was not, no.
Was there anything new in the affidavit?
No.
You're here for her testimony today, correct?
Correct, I was.
Same questions. Anything new in that testimony?
No additional information.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the value of the witnesses as it relates to this case. Did the witnesses on scene identify the shooter?
Have one witness.
No, we did not have a witness to identify the shooter. On scene.
What was that the primary goal of your investigation, to identify the shooter?
It was, yes.
And I want to ask you about the existence of other evidence. You said you collected surveillance evidence from Utah Valley University, is that right?
That's correct.
Did that give you some additional information on identifying the shooter?
I did, yes.
How about doorbell cameras for the areas around Utah Valley University?
Yes, we collected a large number of
Did I give you some additional information on it?
Doorbell camera footage from multiple residences in the area, not just in Orem, but also in St. George. And we also recovered video footage from multiple businesses in the area of the university campus in Orem, and also from businesses between Orem and St. George. So there's a large amount of video footage obtained.
And did those help you identify the shooter?
They did, yes.
Text messages, did you collect text messages from associates of Tyler Robinson?
We did, yes.
And did those have any evidentiary value?
They did, yes.
How so?
Some of the communications between Mr. Robinson and people that he knew indicated
I don't
that he'd been involved in the incident at Utah Valley University.
And you say it indicated he'd been involved. What do you mean by that?
There was, I don't recall specifically with text messages, but some of the social media chats, there were admissions that he had been involved in the incident as the shooter.
CSI evidence. Was CSI evidence, crime scene investigation, collected in this case?
There was, yes.
Was DNA evidence collected?
There was, yes.
Does that evidence help you identify the shooter?
It does, yeah. The evidence that was obtained did provide us with DNA evidence in relation to items used during the commission of the crime, and then they were compared to Mr. Robinson.
Okay, items used meaning what?
Specifically, a screwdriver that was recovered on the rooftop of one of the buildings, and a firearm that was recovered in a tree area on campus.
And what? You didn't do the DNA testing yourself, correct?
I did not know.
But you're aware there have been reports that have given evidence as to the identity of DNA on that rifle.
That's correct, yes.
Was a search warrant on the defendant's house executed in this case?
There was, yes, down in St. George.
And was evidence obtained from his house?
There was, yes.
What kind of evidence?
Kind of putting me on the spot, but if I recall, there were some bullet casings that had some inscriptions on. There were some tools that were believed to have been used to make those inscriptions. There were targets, I believe, that have been used, and also targets that have been purchased recently or just prior to the event. There was ring doorbell camera footage obtained from and a number of electrical items, laptops, and such that were collected as part of the warrant.
You said it's inscriptions on some shell casings found in his apartment. What value do those have?
That was relevant because the shell casings recovered with the firearm also had inscriptions on it.
You said there was evidence. The DNA was evidence consistent, or DNA consistent with the defendant's DNA found on that rifle.
Object to hearsay.
Counsel, this really ought to be considered under kind of a 104 rule of evidence here. We're not offering the admission of this to prove guilt, but whether or not there's a conflict of interest, the existence of other evidence besides the adult child in this case is relevant to whether or not she is a material witness. If we've got DNA proving or suggesting or proving otherwise, it's directly relevant to that. And under 104, the court can consider it.
All right. And Ms. Nestor, anything further?
No, sir.
All right. Based off, so I will overrule the objection based off Rule 104, and as it relates only to this hearing.
Wow,
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is DNA consistent with the defendant's DNA found on the firearm that was found at the scene?
Yes, the DNA on the firearm was consistent with that of Mr. Robinson.
You said it. The etchings. There was etchings in that firearm. There was also etchings in rounds in the firearm. Is that what I understand?
Yes, I believe the chambered round and other rounds found at the time had etchings upon them.
And you said there were rounds with etchings also found on them in the defendant's apartment. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
That firearm, where was that found?
It was found in a wooded area just off of Campus Drive, wrapped in a black towel.
How critical are eyewitness statements of those present to the event to identifying the shooter?
They did not provide any information that allowed us to identify the shooter.
Okay. I move the objection to the state.
No objection.
It's admitted. Thank you.
Okay, nothing else.
All right. Counsel, I'll give you 6 minutes for redirect.
I'll talk fast, Your Honor.
All right.
And I'll run up to the front. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Nestor. I represent Mr. Robinson, Agent Hall. You certainly seem familiar with a lot of the evidence here. Is it fair to say you're one of the key case agents in this matter?
That's correct.
All right. And as one of the case agents in this matter, certainly it's up to you to look at every piece of evidence that could be important in this case. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as a matter of fact, if I understood your testimony correctly, you said that you guys put posters up asking students, if you have videos, please give them to us. Is that right?
I believe that the posters were asking if anybody wanted to provide a statement to us, that they would be encouraged to do so.
That you encouraged all the kids that were there and other people to come forward and give you a statement. Did you not?
I did not personally, no.
Your posters did?
The posters did, correct.
Okay. And you also put out a request for videos, if anybody had videos, to present them to you. Did you not?
We asked if anybody had any information that would help us with our investigation, if they'd be willing to provide it to us. That's correct.
And it doesn't sound like you screened it. You were selling it. You have it to us, right?
I'm not sure what the question is.
You didn't screen for, well, we'll take your evidence, but we're not interested in your evidence. You took any evidence that came at you, right?
I guess the answer would be yes, because I can't screen it until I have it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Is there anybody that came forward and you said, yeah, we're really not interested in talking to you at all? We're not even going to take your statement?
I believe there were people who were pre-screened who wanted to provide information that didn't have any substantiated connection to the investigation.
Somebody connected with this investigation, spoke to them, and decided they didn't have any valuable information, correct?
Yeah, they documented their contact and then made that decision.
Okay. And the videos that you got, you understand that these videos have been used
far and wide to look to see if there were potentially other shooters in the crowd. Have you seen this on social media? Thousands of them.
Again, I guess I don't know what the question is.
All right. Are you aware that the videos that have been taken from the scene have been analyzed by people on social media and in the press to see if there was somebody else that could have been involved in this? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that everybody has a theory on the case.
Everybody has a theory on it, right? So wouldn't you think it would be fair to say that any video that was taken there that could one way or another address whether those theories are good or bad, or whether your theory is good or bad, you guys should at least take a look at them? Fair?
Yes.
All right. And you became aware that Mr. Grunander had a child that was present at the scene. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you look at her videos?
I did, yes.
When did you look at her videos?
When I received them, when she was interviewed by Agent Mortensen.
So that would have been a couple weeks ago.
Correct.
All right. But when you were doing your investigation of this case initially, you never looked at her videos.
I did, yes. Ms. Grunander did not come forward as a witness, no.
And the Utah County Attorney's Office knew that she had been there, right?
Sorry?
The Utah County Attorney's Office knew she had been there that day?
At the event?
Yes.
Correct.
And they knew she had videos?
I don't know if they knew she had videos or not, but they knew she'd been at the event.
But they sure weren't forwarded to you, were they?
Not until last week, no.
Okay. When this came out and there was a motion filed in court?
Correct.
All right. And have you ever interviewed Mr. Grunander's adult child?
As I said, Agent Mortensen did that interview. I did not.
And that was done when?
Either a week or 10 days ago.
Right. And so up until about 10 days ago, you all did not look at her videos, right?
No.
You did not interview her?
No.
And the county attorneys knew that she had been there, right?
Correct.
And they knew she had videos?
Correct.
And were you told by anyone not to interview her?
No, I was not.
Told by anyone to leave her alone?
I was not.
You said the SBI collected over 40 statements, is that right?
Correct.
And that's from people that were just in the audience?
The 40 that I mentioned is from people who were at the event, yes.
So people in the exact same situation that the prosecutor's daughter was in?
In terms of being at the event?
Yes.
Yes, people who were at the event.
And you thought they were worthy of taking statements from, right?
They came forward to give us statements, correct?
Because everybody's perspective is important.
If they're willing to share it, yes.
And as a matter of fact, you've gathered, as I understand it from today, I want to say around 300 terabytes of video information from the scene. Is that right?
I believe there's in the region of 248 terabytes of data from Utah Valley University alone.
And the adult child of Mr. Grunander is in the exact same position as everybody else who's given evidence in this case, isn't she?
In terms of being an attendee at the event?
Right?
Yes, she was an attendee.
And having video?
Yes.
And having witnessed things herself?
You'd have to refer to her testimony as to what she witnessed.
Okay. And you mentioned that having video. I know I have 2 minutes. I'm going to talk very fast. I know she's about to kill me. You mentioned the DNA evidence. You're certainly not a DNA expert. Is that correct?
I'm not, no.
And are you aware that the DNA evidence that was seized from the scene consisted of a mixture of at least 5 different individuals?
I'm not a DNA expert, so...
So you know enough to say what helps him, but you're not going to answer whether or not there were 5 individuals mixed into that DNA.
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Wow. You're certainly not qualified to interpret complex DNA mixtures, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 moment, Your Honor. Holy crap!
That's a bombshell.
6 minutes.
Ms. Nestor, is there, I know I gave you that 6 minutes. Is there any other questions that you feel you need to ask?
Thank you for asking, but I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the taking of evidence, this portion of the hearing. We'll turn to closing arguments or arguments by the parties as it relates to this. May this witness step down as much as he'd like to sit there indefinitely. Go ahead and excuse him. All right, counsel, we have just before we begin, I note that we have a hearing set on the break for February 24th at 10:30 on WebEx. Does that comport with the agreement of the parties?
On what day, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
February 24th at 10:30 in the morning on WebEx.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and so it's the intent that the court will issue an oral ruling and a written ruling on that same day. And at that time, depending on how the court rules, will determine what we address next in regards to the motion regarding media in the courtroom. And so we'll take to that point. I do wish to state that this court's mind is not made up, and that I would ask all parties to continue in their roles because the court has not issued a decision in regards to the disqualification of the Utah County Attorney's Office. So I would ask that all parties continue to move forward diligently as they have, and have made a note of that. All right, so it's 4:37. My lawyer math, let's see. It looks like you would get 10 minutes each for your arguments, and we will end at 5. And if you want to reserve time, you certainly can do so, but take that into account when you're making your argument. Mr. Novak.
Thank you. Your Honor, there are legal issues and there are factual issues that we think that the court needs to look at very closely. I would ask the court, because I only have 10 minutes, to look at both the briefing in the original motion, and I will point out some specific cases that we think the court should pay attention to, as well as the briefing in the what I'm going to call the renewed request. They're both informative. The briefing in the renewed request doesn't just go to the question of should this court encourage, that's the language of the statute, and that the state attorney, the county attorney, to refer this to the attorney general, but it also refers to when a trial court does or does not abuse its discretion with respect to the last witness. I'm going to just go with the principle of recency here. The last witness's primary purpose was to focus on this question of whether the adult child student at UVU is what the state has referred to as a material witness or a critical witness. And that is actually either intentionally or unintentionally a distraction from the real question here. This is not a question of whether, in order to prove its case, the state needs to call as a witness a family member of the prosecution. Okay? That could, in another situation, be the source of a conflict. But the issue here is that the most experienced and most senior prosecutor in the office, other than the elected county attorney, Mr. Gray, should have been walled off from this prosecution until this court had an opportunity to consider whether disqualification is necessary. And it is important to note a couple things that Mr. Garnander said. One of them was that he'd never seen, in his experience, a decision to seek the death penalty made without regard to information about the accused. And there's a hint there that there was an emotional response to Mr. Kurt's death, which there's a strong implication creates an appearance of impropriety. And so this court doesn't have to make a finding
that there's a conflict of interest, an actual conflict of interest. What the standard says, and that's the standard that Mr. Gray read into the record from the Organization of Utah Prosecutors that he's the president-elect of, which refers to the public perception of the integrity of the prosecutor's office and the public confidence in the handling of the case. Okay? So that was standard 1.3-3C. The failure of Mr. Gray to at least temporarily wall off Mr. Grunander, to seek guidance from any other prosecutor, ethics expert, the court, the state bar, people who are leaders or members of SWAP, the Attorney General's office, demonstrates both a very and an inappropriately casual approach to this issue. And it also demonstrates that what Mr. Gray did is he put his need for Mr. Grunander to lead this case ahead of the ethical consideration of whether that might create an appearance of impropriety. Not an appearance in Mr. Gray's opinion, not an appearance in Mr. Grunander's opinion, but an appearance in the public eye. And that's actually your Honor's project, if I may, is to determine what a reasonable member of the public would think of this scenario. The other thing that is important here is that we are dealing with a proceeding where the Eighth Amendment to the United States Constitution and the parallel constitutional right in Utah require, and this court has heard it already, and the court's going to hear it over and over again, a heightened standard of reliability. This is not just a court proceeding, and it's not just a criminal proceeding. This is a capital proceeding, which is, at this point in time, sort of almost the only proceeding where the Eighth Amendment comes into play. And so this court needs to view the appearance of impropriety under this heightened standard of reliability. A couple of Utah cases that I think that this court, we would ask this court to look at very closely. State v. McClellan, Utah Supreme Court, 2009, Utah 50. State v. Cater, C-A-T-E-R, 2014, I'm sorry, yeah, that's a Court of Appeal decision, 2014, Utah Appeals 207. Mr. Gray should have implemented a firewall, and he didn't. And that has created this problem. And then what we see is isolating Mr. Grunander's daughter from the investigation, isolating her in some way so that she hasn't provided a statement, she hasn't provided videos until we bring this issue to the court's attention.
I just shared the clip from him saying about the DNA. It's up in the Jumbotron on my profile, pinned to the profile. Please share it.
The decision as to what charges to file, the decision as to whether or not to seek the death penalty should never, ever have been made in consultation with Mr. Grunander, even if he's the most experienced homicide prosecutor in the office, even if he has one of the longest tenures, and even if it's Mr. Gray's ultimate decision. Because now we don't really know, and the court doesn't know, and the court just can't defer to the prosecution. That's the whole point of the court having the supervisory power over this issue. What influenced Mr. Gray? I would also point out that Mr. Gray did not disclose until asked, while under oath, that two members of his faith community were also present there. That was not disclosed to us when he found out about it, and that he has a relationship with the family of some young person who was also negatively impacted. this line of sight analysis, this PIE that has been diagrammed is not the question. That is not the question. The question is whether Mr. Gray should have isolated the prosecutor. His child was there, and I say this with all due concern, and could have been injured in a number of ways. People could have been hurt leaving the scene. And I'm not saying that in any way to minimize the effect that experience had on Mr. Grunlander and his family. I think, as I said in court last time, I've been through this where I learned that my child is somewhere where there was a shooting. And until I knew my child was safe, that was, an overwhelming emotional experience. So the problem is that Mr. Gray approached this in an incredibly casual way. There isn't a single memorandum, he testified to this, documenting the process of whether there's an actual conflict or appearance of conflict. The mere disclosure of it to us and us bringing it to the court does not wash this clean. That is our concern. I also want to cite the court, because I'm running out of time, to a decision that is not the Utah decision, but it's cited on page 12 of our motion, which is Tate, 925 Southwest 2nd, 548, a Tennessee decision. Where basically the court says where there were no screening procedures and the prosecutor, as to whom there was an appearance of impropriety, maintained the role of the supervisor, and there was open discussion of the case with him, there should have been a disqualification, and what the court did there is it disqualified the entire office. So this problem could have been avoided if Mr. Grunlander had been screened off, if Mr. Gray had sought this court's guidance early. They were in court on September 16th. This could have been brought to the court's attention in September. Counsel were appointed shortly thereafter. We could have addressed this a long time ago. And now, frankly, it's too late. So we understand that there is pressure on the judicial system to move this case expeditiously. There is also a countervailing, and we believe, stronger need to make sure that there's a heightened standard of reliability, that there is no conflict, and that there is no appearance of conflict. And if that takes a little bit of time for another prosecution office to get up to speed, the investigation is going to continue, the discovery production is going to continue, the lab work is going to continue, none of that is going to change. So we would ask the court, I'm not reserving any time in rebuttal, but we're going to ask the court to grant the motion, both parts of it, which is to make a finding that Mr. Grunlander should have been hauled off and that Mr. Gray's failure to do so, and sort of the casual way that Mr. Gray approached this whole thing requires, unfortunately, the disqualification of his office and the appointment of a new group of prosecutors to be responsible for this case. The case will continue. What we are asking the court to do today does not in any way change the fact that Mr. Robinson is charged. He's charged with an aggravated homicide. We all have to deal with that, but we have to deal with it in a way where there is no question that the decisions that have been made or decisions that will be made in the future, which is some questions that were brought up to Mr. Gray by his own counsel, and the public's confidence in the outcome of this case are tainted by what should have happened and did not happen. And I appreciate the court's time.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Is the camera supposed to be showing
the slides Mr. Novak took.
It can be a wide shot like that.
13 minutes.
I'll pay you back later.
Thank you. To this day, I will afford you that same time frame. If you want to take all 13 less, I'll leave it to you.
I know everybody in here is going to blame me if they don't leave at 9, which is 5 o'clock. So, the reality is, Your Honor, the adult child is not a witness.